Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
Time after time, I tell myself that I'm so lucky to be loving you. So lucky to be the one you run to see in the evening when the day is through. I only know what I know. The passing years will show. It kept my love so young, so near. And time after time, you'll hear me say that I'm so lucky to be loving you. The passing years will show. It kept my love so young, so near. And time after time, you hear me say that I'm so lucky to be loving you.
I don't think there was circumstance.
Before you hit me.
For the love that's deep inside us now is still the same. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us.
You and I.
Frank Baines.
My poor computer was struggling.
Struggle is good.
It's good as long as it works. I don't care.
Now we're just waiting for our guest.
So does he even know? I'd send him a little flyer.
Well, he was talking to me last night.
Well, good for you. You're on the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so what was your experience out there in the woods? Was that the thing with the goat?
Last night?
I don't know. I saw a picture of you with a goat.
Oh, no, that's his pictures.
What's his pictures?
I don't know, cattle mutilations or something. I'm not sure what it is. I just wanted to ask him what it was. He sent me a bunch of videos. I don't like doing videos on here, but I took a few of his pictures. He's got a Dogman print. Looks pretty cool. Did you see that?
This guy's on the ball, man. I've been trying to look him up on YouTube, and he's only got like one or two shows, but I think he's been on, 4 or 5 different, podcasts.
Yeah.
And he's been experiencing stuff since he's 25 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of different kinds of stuff. Somebody just messaged me. Or maybe not. Oh, that might have been you. Carter Bouchard commented on the mutilation pic. I hate looking at that stuff, but it's still an interesting subject, so guess we'll put up with it for the discussion around it. Oh, apparently that first picture, that female, Carter Bouchard said this drawing was in my first book, Sasquatch, Evidence of an Enigma, drawing by Sibylla Irwin. Well, we'll see what our friend has to
Talking
say
about something I'm not looking at, so I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Well, neither do I.
Okay.
That's why I have this show.
Wait.
Well, I wonder who wrote the book of love? Tell me. Remember that one?
There he is. Look at that nice picture. Connecting to the audio.
Hey, this guy looks like he's a little more on the ball than we are.
Oh yeah, he's more on the ball than we are. That's why we invited him. No, ain't got your audio on yet.
Uh-oh. He's still more on the ball than we are. Even if it takes him half an hour, he's still more on the ball than we are. Hey, everybody, while we're waiting for Ken to connect to the audio, I am Port Cunningham, and I'm here with my honorable, distinguished co-host, Frank Oliver Beans, the world's handsomest man. So welcome to the Port Beans Show. And we are the world's foremost ascended disasters in the known universe.
We got Ken Collins on the show today. That's kind of exciting. I was looking at him on YouTube, and you talk to a lot of people on YouTube. How many shows do you think you've done there, Ken? I found 2 or 3 of them, but I think there's a whole bunch more that didn't show up on the search.
Yeah. Hey guys, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit low, but it's good.
Hey man, this isn't a formal show. What are you dressed all up real swanky on us?
Well, I'm supposed to go over to the museum and do a Christmas picture with Harriet, or in our museum here in Hastings, Nebraska.
Ah, okay. So
So after this, I live in a town called Blue Hill, which is about 20 minutes from Hastings, and I go and do a Christmas picture with her. So.
Okay. We were just discussing that. So you
got
do
the
know
Christmas.
how to multitask.
You got the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, she wanted me to look festive, so this is the best I could do. So thank you. I guess I look festive.
I'm looking festering. I look festering.
Okay, I've had those days myself.
Yeah. You've been like an open sore to me for like 100 shows, so it probably is festering by now.
Well, you asked me how many shows I've done. I've kind of lost count, and I really don't know if I've done really many. But yeah, I like to.
You did
share.
William Jevning, and you did the Sasquatch girls. What were their names? The
SASQUATCHers.
The SASQUATCHers. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, boy, Richter got a hold of that and just really ripped them guys on that.
What was that all about?
I don't know what Richter. I called him and we talked. He just likes to. I don't have nothing to say about Richter. He just says things. His comments were like about how the girls came in and on how they approached the Bigfoot things and the women and blah blah blah. So it's kind of disgraceful to the girls. But I had Jen and them at my conference with Igor. Igor just loves the hell out of him, Bertsef, and of course that's when Igor did the famous phone call to the Bigfoot, called him.
I thought it was real. That's absolutely real.
Guys, we sent that off to Scott Nelson, and we know some good guys, of course. And Scott Nelson kind of looked at all that, and someone else, and I don't want to mention, but Scott's good enough for me to say that it wasn't. And I'm like, well, I was there. And at one time, I got a really good recording of it. At one time, it said his name. It said Igor Bizev, like that. And that was just like.
Yeah, but we had Igor on our show. You know that, right? We had him on our show, and he was telling the stories about what was happening when he went out camping, and where he handed from his hand to a Sasquatch hand a shot of whiskey, right?
Well,
and he goes on, and then they invited his partner to the Sasquatch invited his partner to go into another dimension, and he went into the other dimension, and they were sitting around on a log in front of a fire, and they were asking him to Igor's partner who's out there, right? They were asking him to intercede with the government to leave their land alone. This guy has a talking face-to-face relationship with a Sasquatch that other people don't have. It's in a different country. So when I heard he said it, I took it to the bank. I mean, I don't care what people say.
That's right. And that's what he told me once. I was so gracious to have him because we're losing pioneers like those guys. Well, after the conference there, he spent a couple of weeks with me, and we really got to know each other personally. And we got to know some ups and downs about each other. But man, to be out there and to learn from him and that experience on the stage with him, yeah, he's the old guy. He just really thinks, it's happening. It's he's talking to a Bigfoot. So I'm not going to say that it didn't happen either. Yeah. I can't say the things that I've seen out there and that I've saw. I think he said to me once, just take the evidence you get, Ken, and look at it and go on. You don't have to have an opinion about it. You don't have to say it's right or wrong. Look at the evidence and go. When he found Xana, and we talked about all those things and of Xana and the village and how they found her and how they beat her in submission and bred with her. And I always said, Igor, I always wonder, I'm just going off a little bit. I was like, what was the problem with those guys with Xana? How did they breed with her? He goes, Ken, they probably got her drunk and bred with her. And I just think of Igor, of what he's done out there and how he's get ridiculed for this call and how Richter and Steve Coles and all those guys out there. And I respect their opinions and stuff, but I was there. And if Igor can say that he was talking to a guy in Russia with a Bigfoot on the phone, and some of the footage I've seen with the thing in the attic, and it's throwing that. It was on TV the other night. And
I remember that. Yeah, that was powerful.
Yeah, so I saw that way before anybody because I saw it on Igor's, which I can say now because it's out, long before anyone. And I thought, my goodness, man, the hell you guys got there? You got some wild Russian, this thing away. It was shrieking, and acting, and you think, well, why don't you just walk the hell around the corner and grab the thing? If you're that close, you just think that out there. And a lot of years it took me to say to myself, with shadows and sticks and rocks and stuff, paradol stuff, oh, it's a Bigfoot, it's a Bigfoot. Shit, why the hell I didn't just walk over there if it was a damn Bigfoot? Why did I go home and circle the thing 15 times? Now, in that incident with Igor, it's right there in that shed. It's right there. It's throwing things to that guy you're talking about. I think the Bigfoot was named Gregory. I don't remember. I know but whatever was in the shed, I say Bigfoot, whatever the thing that was in that footage in the attic throwing those items but it had to be small enough to hide in there and strong enough to throw those items the way it was throwing them back with such force that I saw in footage that probably the TV won't show because they don't have much time to show it all. They show their little tidbits of something and that's it for them. But anyways, I was fortunate to see a lot of that with Igor.
Robin McCrae was invited by him to go over to Russia, right? To do a little program and then to go out into the caves and stuff. And she said when she went to the program that they were going to do, that she found out that Igor is actually like a national celebrity there in Russia, and there was like paparazzi out there and people all gathering around him. She couldn't even talk to him. So that's what I'm saying. You got to know the backstory of people before you start calling hoax and fakes and stuff. People have integrity. It's just good to just start off with the foundation of just take a man for his word. If somebody's saying something, there's something behind it. And I don't know who gets the license to say you can't that's impossible. You didn't do it. They weren't there. How can they say that? You take a man at his word, except for Brian.
Yeah, well.
No, Brian has some of the best experiences out there, man. He really, and it's almost on a daily basis.
Hey, I won't tell you. I won't mention it, but we'll talk about it when it's not Ken's show. But I had one of my best days ever out there yesterday. It was crazy. Cool. It was crazy. Anyway, I don't like. I can see, Ken, that you're the same kind of guy as me. You don't like talking about people and whatever. It's kind of a bad energy thing or whatever. But I'm going to take a little bit of exception with that Richter guy. That guy pisses me off. That guy makes videos, and I've seen videos of him cutting all my friends down to shreds or whatever. That's his stick. That's all he does, is he just criticizes people, and I'm sick and tired of that guy.
Well, David Plott is a good buddy of mine in the days has told me that when his book site gets hacked all the time, everybody's hacking him, and he says that Kenneth, it's about people do this stuff because they want to get the hits. They get paid. More people will go on that, and I think Richter does it just to be the asshole of the. And then again, he has things that he says that you can't agree, but then a lot of it is like, man, you are so rude, crude, and unattractive. And he goes stuff like, "Well, watch it, or I'll go after you." And I'm like, well, I don't have much. You can go after me. I mean, but when you go after Gimlin and
hey, man, bring it on, Richter. Bring it on, man. Bring it on, buddy.
And today we're not bashing you, Richter, and we're not saying
I hate bashing people.
We're just talking, so don't get
all bashing people, but
don't get all Daniel Perez on us and put us in the Bigfoot Times and tell us we're researchers of the year. Just kidding.
Hey, man, do that. Actually, any publicity is good publicity. I'm serious. Bring it on, man, because that guy's stick is just cutting people down, and and you're right. He just does it for the hits and for the notoriety, and he doesn't know a damn fucking thing. Excuse my language.
You said it earlier that where are we getting? Yeah, where are we getting up all of this stuff? I mean, come on, really?
Ain't no money. What are we getting? There ain't no money in this. I mean, who's making money? Unless you make a book, what are you gonna make, like $1,000 a year on your book? Maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like when you start talking about my friends, females or whatever, and you call them ugly and, you know, and just get really, really hitting below the belt or whatever. I'm sorry. I don't like that. I'm going to stand up against that. Anyway, that's negative vibrations. Let's raise our vibrations.
Negative Nancy's. We got a lot of negative Nancy's. Yeah. But listen, I don't want to paint all the researchers that way. The researchers are the best. I mean, even though we're on a different frequency, the Pork and Beans is on kind of like the paranormal and the heart-centered and spiritual. But most researchers are kind of like flesh and blood and footprints, but they still getting the message out there. And I think one of the major things that they're doing is letting everybody know that the Sasquatch are real, and that's going to become a truth pretty soon in America, where everybody's no question about it. The Sasquatch are real, and we need that. We need that, boots on the ground kind of stuff. Yeah. But even though we feel like that we're in the habituator, friend, and family kind of category with the Sasquatch, and we need them and they need us. So it's a win-win all the way around.
For sure. Yeah,
absolutely. I have got nothing against most of those guys. And I apologize because this is normally like me to go off on a tangent about somebody, but
it just shows you boys are it's just some people out there. Yeah, it's bad. It's to them, it's more of a, like you say, the fame and the notoriety. It's about the glorification. It's about the education with me.
Right. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I don't care about glorification. Okay. Yeah.
Anyway,
all right, guys. Yeah.
And sorry, Richter, if I offended you, but if you want to come after me, feel free.
And I'm right here, Rick. So you know my number. And it's not like
so. Listen, I felt sorry for that guy. I watched one of his shows. I go, oh shit, man, this guy, talk about a bad childhood or angry at his dad issues or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Got emotional problems.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Ken.
Yeah.
When did you start getting into Sasquatch? And I know you do a lot more stuff. And I've got a couple of your pictures. Videos don't work that well, but I got a few of your pictures. When did you start getting into the paranormal, Sasquatch, Dogman, UFO, all that stuff? What was there a point in your childhood where it interested you, or how did that develop?
Well, in Nebraska, I had a chance to go see a friend's had a birthday party on the farm. You don't have very many people around. So the next door had a birthday party. So we went to town, and it was flicks called Planet of the Apes, and one was Legend of the Boggy Creek. And so four of us left to that venue, and I went and watched Legend of Boggy Creek, and the other three went. And one of them was my brother. They went to watch Planet of the Apes. When we all got out, they were running around a small town, Nebraska, like apes and monkeys, and they were walking around playing like how they were in Planet of the Apes. Yep. I walked around like I was a zombie. I walked around like, oh, what the did I just say to myself? When I get older, I'm going to find out what these things are. And was that the boogeyman? What did I just think? I didn't see the whole thing. I'm hiding, I'm catching things. The music was like weird. I remember that. That seeded something in me. Now, my grandparents raised me, and Papa had emphysema. So we had to come out of Nebraska to go to Colorado. And at a very young age, at 15, I came to Colorado. And so that's what kind of got it going, guys, was get that seed in me. And then to carry that on later on in life, and not knowing that your destiny was waiting for you. And I didn't know this at then, but I knew that I had to go on this. I don't know what it was. It was an adventure. Now I'm gonna jump around to get me back on track. So my please, but my family history entails I Miss America, 1926 Norma Smallwood would be on my papa's side, my father's side. Not my grandfather. People call grandfather's papa. My father's side is Miss America. It's a cousin. It's Norma Smallwood, 1926, first full-blooded American Cherokee to win that prestigious award. And so I thought later on, what else is going on in my family as far as, well, Floyd Collins. If you look at the Mammoth Cave system, Floyd Collins is a distant relative. Floyd died in a cave called Sand Cave, but he was trying to promote business to come to Kentucky, and that's what started the Mammoth Cave system down, was Floyd Collins, and they got a movie about him. There's a little history there. Then we have, so I'm thinking, man, I got an adventurous family where we go out and seek things. I thought, what's in my blood to continue, Kenny, the Bigfoot thing later on. So also in my family, I can go on from the Civil War, from the Sherman's March to the sea, how he came through, kidnapped one of my relatives, and then try to get him to fight the other side, and just how just how my relatives were, and the blood was just to continue on my fight. So anyways, later on, coming to Colorado now, I'm getting older. Now, they had an incident in the Rocky Mountains around Woodland Park. I was started off in Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs had a road there called Rampart Range Road, and it went up into the gold camp of Cripple Creek, and it went into these tunnels. That was a squatchy area for me at a young age. I never really saw any, but I always would get everything else. I just could never get a visual. Now,
back up a little bit. What you said, you got everything else. So what other stuff? What other kind of stuff were you experiencing up there?
Rock throwing, the vocalizations, tracks that I couldn't cast because of the terrain was just, you just couldn't. But I just could never see one.
Yeah.
Structures,
what, 15,
structures back then we talk about now. Hell, that's 30 years ago. And I'm seeing these structures then like I'm seeing now.
Yeah.
But nowadays I see them more of an intelligent way.
How old were you back then? Was that 15, 16, 17, something like that?
Well, that's when we left Nebraska.
Yeah.
I was 15.
When you were having these experiences, how old were you?
In my 20s by then.
Okay, so you've been having interaction, meaning vocalization, rock throwing, and you're really connecting since you're in your 20s. That's a pretty good statement there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I didn't know I had some type of contact until later on when we get into more. So
let's focus on these interactions that you're having. So the rock throwing, what was your opinion of that? Did you feel it was like a hi, a hello, we're here, or were you afraid? Did you feel they were threatening? What was?
No, I felt like you said earlier, I had to get to know these things more on a different level of, that's a young age there. Do you know that it takes so long to get the first sighting? Because you said earlier about habituation and having them getting to connect with you. I was almost connecting. They were testing me then. It was like, yes. Do we even want to give him anything? Because the rest of his life, we're going to affect him, and and it was like, I didn't know then. It was like this, am I going through this trial that later on in my life that I will carry with me them? And I think they were just testing me to where I think that, I know you're saying the rock, the typical like the rainbow of the rock would come, and it would be like they wanted to hit me, they could have, but I'd always get like these tail end of these rainbow rocks coming at me, at the tail end of the rainbow coming at me. And then if I would have an animal, the animal would react to that. The animal would react to where it knew something was there. It was just, I had one dog one time that it's a small little doggy, and it's pulling me like a fish on a line of a string out in the water. And this thing is, these little rainbow rocks are just coming at me, but it would never shown. I thought, what do I got to do to get enough trust in you to give me you? And then, so I started then after, to pray more and tell them I'm here. I'm not here to hurt you. I didn't go in maliciously, I didn't go in with weapons. David Pilatus said one time, it's not them that'll kill you, Ken, it's the other animals. Why don't you just carry a firearm? I'm like, because I don't want to. He goes, whatever, here's a locator then, at least. So it gives me a locator. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. But didn't want to go with my mind was just like, you said you had to habituate. How I got, so in those years of the early years of 25 of being out in the woods in Colorado, we call them woodsies. Woodsies meaning going in the woods and doing our stuff out there with Bigfoot evidence and probably having a few beers. And so later on, 30s now, okay, I'm like 15, I get it seeded. 20s, I'm capturing it. Like, well, I'm in Colorado. We don't have enough here. Even people don't think they're here. Watch, I'm getting older. And it's still affecting me. It's assuming me. It's making me want to go out. It's like I got that adventurous blood in me, like I was talking earlier. So the adventurous side wants to come out. I didn't get married till I was 35. And my wife didn't know what I did for the first 10 years of our marriage. So all these years I'm doing this. And she'll tell you this, and she's a nurse. And she'll tell you this. And it's like, how can I tell her what I do? But now, I'm 35 now. I'm getting married. I have a wife I live right now at them days. I live right behind Pikes Peak in the Divide, Colorado area. And I'm right behind Pikes Peak. And she can understand, what the heck do you do out in these woods? Well, up in that area in my 30s, I jumped from 15 to 20s, been in it, not like I've been on it every day, like boots on the ground, like you're saying. Didn't really get on the boots on the ground heavy good until I got to the area of like I said, Pikes Peak. And behind that area in those mountains, my luck was never to where I could I could see one. And I thought, I don't have the connection yet. It's like, some people can go out there and get a darn sighting and don't even just get one. They don't even expect it. Once you start looking for it, and we just ain't getting it until something had to release in me. So I'm in my 30s. I'm married now, and I settling down a little bit, guys, getting financially set more, and can go out and do more of this, what I want to do. So finally, the wife says, I'd like to live in a small town. And I said to myself, you know what? She don't know this, what I'm doing. I go, well, you know what? Estes Park. Let's go to Estes Park. You can work in that small hospital, and I'll get a job at a local business there. Okay, so we upped and we went to Estes Park, Colorado. And boy, now I'm getting past those years of sticks and stones and rocks and paradoddle and pointing at everything and going, ooh, did you hear that? And people in the group doing that to me and just driving me nuts, to where if that was there's one right there, we didn't walk it. I finally got away. I was kind of guy that didn't share nothing with no one. I was the guy in the back of the BFRO meetings. I've had my hands up. Nobody gives yahoo about what I have to say. It's always about them. I thought, boy, someday when I get around, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy, when you do raise your hand, I'm going to be the guy on the podium saying, hey, come on up and tell your story. But I had to learn so rough with the BFRO group up here in Colorado. And see, I get emotional and I jump around. I get my thoughts scattered because sometimes in this field, what we do, we're freaking nasty to each other. And I learned the hard way by just being good, staying in there and showing my stuff that I showed. See, you guys, I didn't have a plan with you guys. What I do is I send people a smorgasbord of photos, and you look over that and you point something, and tell me, and I'll tell you where I've been and what's about that photo. So yeah. So yeah, I jumped around. So where were we at? I'm sorry. I get emotional. Okay. I'm thinking I was in my 30s and 35, being married, and we go into Estes Park. And I'm thinking, well, I have a chance now to go to the Rocky Mountains and show on that side of the continent, on the Continental Divide, on that side of the Rocky Mountains. We have Sasquatches up here. So I walked down Estes Park, guys, with a dream in me. And I said, there ain't even a Bigfoot t-shirt in this town. So I start about 4 events, and I have a town hall with Matt Moneymaker. And of course, David Pilatus came up and did a lot of stuff with me. But the main guy that really toned me out of the realm of there's a Bigfoot there and there's a shadow there and was Dennis Poles from the Erickson Project. And Dennis came up and we became friends after that. And we did a lot of camping together and BFRO expeditions. And he showed me how to be more of a better person on what I do as far as Bigfooting. So I thought, maybe now I'm starting to collapse that integrity to where they're going to come in now because, Dennis and you got David Pilatus and Igor, and I was surrounding myself with all these people that we like. Melba Ketchum, me and her are friends. We talk deeply to each other for hours on the phone about what they're doing to her. And you guys know all that. So I think to myself, man, you're so lucky to have all this around you. So maybe it's breaking. So in Estes Park, I had my first sighting in 2013 by doing what you were saying earlier, the habituation thing. So on January 7th, 2013, I finally got my first sighting. And there was that picture I sent. Oh, you guys are gobs of pictures. You're not going to know which one it is unless we point it out. But to me, it's a little juvenile one. He's looking over a rock about 80 yards out. I know it's 80 yards because I have a finder for golf balls, and you can view how far your object is. Yep. And it's 80 yards out. And it's looking at me over a rock. It's on January 7th, about 9:30 in the morning. And I'm thinking, my God, all these years, you got everything else. And you said earlier, we talked about all that, the rocking, all the stuff associated. I just couldn't get my class A, couldn't get it. He's looking at me. He's right there. He's staring at me 80 yards. He's right there. I take the camera all the way in, take one picture, guys. And we're looking eyeball to eyeball. And all of a sudden, I'm like, went into this romper room thing when she's looking through that little romper room and she's yelling out the names. And that thing I just like, what happened to me? My brain went into some lockdown. Like, dear God, they're right there. He's looking right at you. They are real, and he's right there. And then all of a sudden, the brain went into this thing where it was not accepting what I was looking at. And before I know it, I'm a quarter mile from a truck now. I'm in my truck. And I'm like, what the hell? How did I even get here? Why am I not saying what I said to you earlier? If you see it right there, run over there and grab the thing, Kenny. I didn't do that. I was like, what the hell happened to me? Why can't I go back? And I wanted to go back so damn bad and I couldn't. So something's in my head saying, come back another day. Just go come back another day. And I thought, well, I habituate the area. I don't know why in the hell I'm driving away, but I'm driving away. So then I come back.
What are you saying? Are you saying that you were looking at the Sasquatch juvenile, and then all of a sudden you're in your truck and you don't know how you got there?
Yeah. And I never thought for years I'd ever bring that out until I got older and couldn't accept that when David Pilatus said on the movie Missing 411 that that person went missing in the portal, I thought, Kenny, just tell people what you think anymore. The hell with trying to. And I think that's what happened. I know it's what happened. I don't know how I got him in touch. I'm just there.
Well,
I'm driving off. I'm fighting myself. I'm like, why aren't you over there not getting the Bob Gimlin of the film? It's right there. You're looking at it. And I just went away. But
well, if
the
you,
respect, the respect thing kept saying, come back another day, because come back another day. He was like telling me not today.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you're talking about Sasquatch and being, and representing them and talking truth, you can't leave anything out. That's bullshit. You just got to tell what you know and let it lay where it is. But my observation on that is, Sasquatch, time is not 3D linear for them like it is for us. So I think that I've had a lot of experiences with that where they've they can just all of a sudden you're somewhere else, or you get somewhere else way faster than you thought, or whatever. And it's because they can manipulate time or whatever. So that's how that worked. I
didn't accept some of that. I didn't accept that I was a portal. I was transported. I was like, it's so.
I'm not saying portal. I'm not saying portal.
Well, like you're saying, like I could be zapped through like they can mess with me, right? They can send me somewhere. They can project me somewhere, maybe. I didn't realize what I accepted that. I don't know, guys, how I got the walk back or any of that. Just saying, and that voice in me kept saying, "Come back." So I come back with a vengeance now. I'm thinking, "Hey, look, dummy, you had it." So I come back like, "All right, I'm like on it now. You come, I'm jumping in your lap now." So it happened. Shortly after that. Now, the first sighting's 9:30 in the morning, guys. Nocturnal, eyes shine. Ooh, it hurts their eyes. Well, hell, he's out in the daytime and they don't have sunglasses on. I'm just saying something with the eyes because it's daytime. Second sighting, 12 noon. Where? About the same dang area where the first one was. The first one was behind a gifting rock that I have. I can tell you that early because, what does it matter? It was a gifting rock. And he's behind that rock in a clutter of rocks. Now, the second sighting, 12 noonish, in the same area. I'm walking off the gifting rock. I jump off. I hear a little bit of this human whimpering of a cry. And back in them days, I always do kind of research. I always had that camera right here. And I like Scott Carpenter, he carry his, and it's in the back filming, which is cool. Well, I kind of went off what Scott used to do, but I always had that camera like, I was always, so I got my Dogman picture. But when I heard the whimper jump off, I hit the ground. I must have scared whatever was next to me when I jumped, and it made that noise. When I turned, and like I say, my camera's right here. I see I see the tree there. To the left of that tree, I saw this black object. He was peeking around a rock like this. And when I said the first Bigfoot had his nose like this, and he's looking at me like that, this one he's looking at me like this now, sideways. All in that moment, this red one burst behind the tree, and it took about 3 steps. And when it turned to look at me, it was like a look of, and it didn't turn its head, it turned everything like this, turned everything.
Yeah.
And it said to me, a look of disgust and contempt. It was like, you've been stomping around here how many months now? You want to see me? Here I am. And I says, you don't look well. And it didn't. It looked to be sick and kind of like a lanky. But the way it looked at me, I thought, all you got to do is take 3 steps and you're going to pound right the hell on top of me. All you had to do was that. I started backpedaling. Well, I know every rock in the area, and I know behind me, I got a lot of trippers, and I'm going to just go back behind me. Thing's going to stomp me. That's when I said to myself, Ken, where did the red one go? And because I'm like pedaling out, but I'm trying to look, and it's like it was just gone. And they're just like, did this? I And I got pictures of all this. The red one's right here. You guys can't see none of this, but I'll get some pictures for you. He's blown up pretty hard here, but he's outside. We're talking about it. Well, I got all kinds of stuff, but the red one looked at me, and I think that's why I was being told, come back another day. And because I came back and got him. So when we go back to, I'll send you these pictures if you guys want. And I blow up the picture. You're going to see the third one. And the third one looks like a little raccoon behind a branch. Must have been the baby. That's the one that did the screech. And so to get 3 in one shot, you think, yeah, whatever. Well, and to get another sighting in an area, and I did. Lightning struck twice in that area very well. I said, you know, Ken, you're going to have to accept that you've got a connection with these things. That I have a saying from the Miss America, her mom, my cousin, my aunt was named Mahalaha. And when I go out in the woods, I always say Mahalaha. Nobody knows that. That's my Indian heritage that I channel to me. Finally, all these years, Mahalaha gave me my sighting, and Mahalaha gave me what we're talking about a little bit more on, if you want, the blue orb sighting in 2020, which got me on the film Alien Contact in the Rockies that will be out pretty soon. But the acceptance of me saying to myself, are these Bigfoots beyond something besides a human? Now, when you talk with scientists, and Melba Ketchum's a good one that I go on because she's a friend. What she talks with me about these things are amazing. That these things, that's the things. Igor calls them forest people. He won't call them anything else but a forest person. Pat and Robin and them, like I was saying earlier, these guys say stuff that I could not grasp, but acceptance to how they have the interactions with their Bigfoots. You know, I asked Robin, I didn't know her. I go, what was the name of guys? Because I named the red one. I named the red one Mahalaha. I asked her what was the name of my second sighting of the red one. She said Mahalaha. You want me to spell it? It blew me away.
Wow.
I could not speak for 3 days. I thought, what the hell? She goes, Kenny, you have it too. She goes, at one time you were a clan leader. And she went on and telling me this about.
Well, hold on. You're saying you didn't know his name, but you were calling him by this Mahalaha, and you found out later that was his name. So how did you know his name? So that was like amazing.
Yeah.
It is. It's like I named Mahalaha was my grandmother. And I say Mahalaha when I go and do something out there. All these years I say that to help channel the Indian, the ancestry spirit to me from my family. And then how did Robin know? And she almost spelt it. She left out the on the end, she spelled it with an H, and I put it with an A. I thought, you damn near spelt it right. So I just was blown away by all that. And I thought, nobody knows that, because who's going to go on my sites and listen for me to say Mahalaha? How many people's going to do that? So when she said that, I thought, you know, Kenny, when we met and she came up and Igor and we spent all that time together, got to know Pat and Robin better and accept that, you know, she helps a lot of people that call her and out there and that's happened, things are happening to them, and she helps them. She's like a channel. You know, you guys had her on many times, and yeah, so I was thought, you know, man, just accept that you've got a connection with these things. When the red one looked at me and I said, oh, that incident happened to me, that at that time it made me stop being a Bigfoot researcher, guys. The red one, that sighting, you know, I said to myself, man, you've gotten a lot of years in this, and you've gotten that now, and you've had enough, and it scared the out of me to say, you know, it didn't want to tear me apart, didn't want to, this animal. It was just this spirit connection. And then later I accepted that. Thank you for giving me that. I'm thanking him later. I'm thinking, wow, you gave me something that we will never understand. I can explain to you guys to understand it.
What do you mean by you stop being a researcher? You felt to them like family and like a relationship? Is that what you're talking about?
I just thought that maybe all these years, David harping on you saying you're going to get hurt out here. I go and do search and rescue for people that walk away from their families on these mountains. They come to me and go, "Will you continue searching?" I do things solely by myself. My friends know that someday I won't return. I'll be in this book, and so I think, man, I've had my enough of being out in the wilderness, getting lost, losing holidays, not being at home in holidays, marriage, not telling you.
Yeah.
Just a lot of sacrifice. And I think maybe I've had enough. Maybe I've had enough now. And this is what it was telling me to stop. Here you go. You want to here? Yeah.
I misunderstood you then, because I thought you meant at that moment. See, what I picked up is that you figured, I'm not going to look for you anymore. I'm going to experience you or connect with you. That wasn't what it was. It was just that you didn't want to be going out.
It was like it was like, you're right, Guy. I was connecting and to where am I part of your family, or what am you doing? I mean, it was hard. It was just I stopped there. And then, you know, I had a job that I had a famous wall and it was called the Bigfoot Wall in Estes Park. And it was at a station where I got a lot of people that would come in. That's how I got my local sightings and all my information. Some people come in, talk to Bigfoot Ken in Estes Park. So a couple came in shortly after all that I kind of wanted to get out of this, kind of stop, because I was just, all that was adding up with I had enough almost. And there's a researcher in Colorado group called SIR with Mike Johnson. And the experiences we have in our lives out there, it changes us. It changes the foundation of the things that we believe in, and it affects us. And a couple came in, I'm saying, from South Park, elderly couple in Estes Park, look at my Bigfoot wall, and they said to me, I'm in my time of I'm in my time of silence. I'm in my time of not doing it. I'm in my time of deciding. You want to go? I'm deciding of working it out in here. Still at my age, in my 50s. I'm like, Jesus, criminy. A lot of years, and I'm still at this age, like the Moorheads and all my friends out. We're still, but I'm still active, trying to figure, but that I have to stop this or I'm gonna have to continue. So when the couple came in, said that, we live in South Park, Colorado. We have these Bigfoots running up and down our driveway. And the lady says to me, but my husband don't believe me. And one day I said, well, I'm going to cast one of those footprints in the driveway. And she went out there and casted it with flour from her kitchen. And I thought, that is so freaking cool that you casted a print out of flour that broke the, and okay, Kenny just goes, will you take us back out? Okay, come on, let's go. So I started going back out now in a little area. I've been all over Estes Park. So I started in a little town called Glen Haven. And boy, did we get some, I started back up Bigfooting. I got back out. It was like I was reborn. I was like, yeah. And Mike Johnson, I mentioned earlier from SIR, something happened to him in 2019 that he'll never go back out. And as a friend of mine, as a researcher, what happened to him happened to me, but I picked it back up and went back out. I'm saying that researcher will never go back out. See, so that's what I was saying earlier when I was struggling. When we do see these things and we do go through these experiences, and I got more to say too, experiences that goes to the alien part of it.
Yeah. What did Mike Johnson? Sorry for interrupting you, but I want to hear, why will he not go out again? What happened?
Well, the story is, I don't know the whole complete details, but I do believe he saw the same thing that I saw in the area that we've been going to for over 10 years in Colorado. And Mike won't talk about it. Scott Barta, and guys, I'm not talking about anything about Scott and Mike. I love all them guys, but they don't want to talk about the stories. And then if Scott shares it, he's infringing on Mike's rights, not talking about it. But I think that Mike saw, and I think personally, coming from Kenny Collins, just saying me, that because we all in that area when all of something that we can talk about happened to us in 2020. And that's what I'm saying earlier when I was talking about building up where I'm talking about, because now I'm 60 and I saw the blue orb. That story that I'm going to share in the movie that's coming out, Alien Contact in the Rockies, talks about the blue orb experience I had and how it changed me to think that, damn, these things are alien connected. And some of them, they talk about manufactured ones, and I'm getting into that more of acceptance of maybe there is different manufactured ones on, because then you're going to talk. We could go on and on down that rabbit hole.
But what do you think he saw? He had a sighting?
Well,
my point is, what was so dramatic that he will never go out again?
I tell you. Okay, well, I might as well just say it.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not
that same. No, I don't even know what their side of their story is, because I tell you this: in 2020, an area in Colorado we go to forever, and I go up there and get all my tracks. You guys notice that my Dogman tracks, my little bitty. What I did is there was an investigation I've done up in this area that we go to, and I get tracks into the mud, and I'm doing a family here, and this is the same track of him as being smaller, and this is it bigger now, and he's getting bigger up in there. So each year we go up there and we measure their prints. We know it's the same prints because there's two reservoirs and they're in the same reservoirs. Another researcher is over on this reservoir. I'm on this reservoir. And we're getting the cookie cuts here. Later on, we get the puzzle, put the pieces together, and we think, man, these things are walking here and walking there. We know after 6 years, they're a pod up there and they're living very well. So this area that we go to, I go up, like I said, always by myself. We have an area up there very intense. For years and years, the BFRO up there, it's called a meat pit. And I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to open it up, guys. But people won't know where the meat pit's at, so don't freak out here when I'm talking about
on pork and beans.
Yeah, right on. So, in the meat pit area, a lot of stuff has happened up there from interactions from, once time I was in there, guys, they left me at in my tent down on the meat pit, and they didn't want to come out from the main camp because it was dark and they didn't want to come that trek down. That's enough how scary it is down there. Well, sucker, one of them was looking through a tent at me, so big it had to lean over like this and go like this, and he's in my tent and he's going, he's breathing at me like that. He's so freaking huge, and he's just down in the tent looking at me. I'm like, this is the big one that they talk about. I didn't get scared about all that. But this area that we go to, every time we go, we get these experiences. That's where I go to get these castings. This is where I go to do my research. And I know there's something up there besides the Bigfoot. So 2020, before, if I back up here, in 2020, we have a BAW event, Backwards Adventure Weekend, sponsored by Alan Meekargle and Ron Meyer and Jesse Morgan. Ron is done the film that I'm in, and he's done the Bigfoot Alien. He's done other films, Ron and Jesse. And so I go to their event, and I'm sponsored by the Sasquatch Outpost, Jim Myers out of Bailey, Colorado. So we're doing an event. I have two gentlemen with me, and we did now this is leading up to something that happened after this. So we're in the event. We're doing a night reconnaissance, a day reconnaissance. We're going to go back and do a night. So we go do the day. I'm going to this area that Jim sent me to. I didn't like it. I said, I'm not going to stay here. So I moved us to another area. So we go down a little further and we go up this area and we're up in there. And I find a footprint. I'm very good about tracking and finding prints. So I find a print up there. It's in the Colorado. It's so smashed in there in the needles and stuff. You see it. It's a smash print. It's there. And I got people with me. They're looking at it like, yeah. So I go, well, we're going to come back here tonight. So I get Alan and we leave the area and we come back for our night thing. And Alan comes up with me and we cast this. No, I'm sorry. I go back down to the car, get Alan. We go back up. We cast this print. Okay. In the daytime, we cast it all cast it. We leave. We come back about 4 hours later to this area and we're looking for the print. And it's not there. And it's like, what the hell is the print at? It was flipped out of the ground and put back up to where the ground side was up. Maybe they didn't like the white and they just flipped the thing up. And I was like, well, there it is, but it's flipped out of the ground. And
was it flipped or did they just rub it out?
They pulled it out and flipped it over.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking for it and I'm going, where is it? It's in a recording. And Art goes, it's right there. And I'm like, whoa, it's flipped up. So I go, watch out, guys, because that's a sign. I mean, watch for tonight. Well, with me is a guy named Art and a Navajo Indian guy. Remember I talked earlier, guys, about the guys that are in the back of the road and putting their hands up, nobody wanted him in their group. I took him in mine. He just wanted to play his drums. I go, you play the things all you want. I mean, so he goes up on his rock and he's doing the drums. Now,
guess what? That's going to attract the Sasquatch more, but that's probably the one thing that's going to attract the Sasquatch more than anything. A guy with an open heart playing his drum and being on a high energy vibration. So, I'd invite that guy to my group, 100%.
Well, guys, at one time he forgot the lyrics and he's on the rock and he's going, I can't remember this. I play this all the time. What's wrong with me? He didn't realize that maybe he was getting sizzled or zapped. Yeah. But when we went back down to the car after the end of the night, I'll tell you the rest of the story. It come back. He goes, I remember it now. And he's like playing it. And I'm like, dude, with your heritage that you have, do you know? I just didn't think the spiritual contact he had with them. But yeah, so guys, so we go back at night, Prince flipped out. Now it's just me and the two other guys. I tell these guys, look, when we see something, we don't yell. We don't go, hey, we don't want none of that. And Art says, my back kind of hurts. I go, you can just take pictures, Art. You can rest when you want, and we'll stop. Then the young buck, I said, you go on. He goes on up, does his thing up on the rock. He gets ready. I get Art into a situation where he's leaned back against the rock and his back's hurting. And I said, Art, just take pictures. It's getting darker now. Up that ravine that we just had walked up not too long ago, it gotten dark and we're all sitting there. Young Buck's playing a couple solos on the drums up on top. I think it's getting through his second maybe solo or something. He stops and Art says, I hear something coming up the ravine that we just walked up of not too long ago, that we came up or something like that. He's saying to me. But prior to him saying that, I'm over here on a rock to my left and I'm looking up in the sky. And Art is yelling at me, or not yelling, but I'm like yelling. I'm the one who's saying a bad word. And I go, can you see that? Guys, I have a Gen 3 scope and I'm seeing this orb, but I'm not seeing it in the color. Now, I said I carried my camera right here in them days. I was smart enough to put the Gen 3 down, pick my camera up, and just go take a picture because I'm seasoned now. I'm not going to miss out these opportunities that I did in the old days. And what I mean by that is I was sloppy, didn't do nothing right in a sense. Don't do it my way. But finally, I got that picture up, took it, put the Gen 3 back up, and Art says, I hear something coming up the ravine. And that's when I had to come from that position over to 20 feet to a next position over to the right, to the right now. I'm on a rock. got the Gen 3 back up. Here comes a little one, 4 feet, maybe more, running to the orb. And Art heard me say, oh my God, did you see that? And Art, thank God, listen, was taking pictures. So in our movie that you will see, the coming up Alien Contact in the Rockies, you're going to see my blue orb that I saw when I lifted the camera. I didn't see it at the time, but when I had to lift my camera up, take the picture, I didn't see it till went back and looked. And I went, whoa, Kenny, it's blue. But in the Gen 3, it's not going to show blue. It's going to show a different color. It's not going to show what it doesn't show blue in a Gen 3 night vision that I was given to me by a scientist that night to use from Wyoming, a University of Wyoming scientist, Mike Brotherton, gave me this nice Gen 3 scope. You know, and I'm like, why is he giving me this for? Why? And I thought, oh, I'm going to use this. And that's what, you know, I got that beautiful orb. And then Art gets a picture of it, guys, on the 12th frame of his pictures that he was taking. He got the thing opening. And you guys are going to see this in the movie. And that's what that little one was going to. And I'm thinking, my God, Ken, you just captured, and you got 2 men here that are going to verify this happening. Now, we go back to, do we have to prove this to anybody? No. took the pictures, and it happened. And we're going to go away, and people are going to say you're storytellers. Well, whatever. I know at my age that now I'm thinking to myself, by gosh, that the movie itself, you guys will see it, will explain a lot of how it just took all this emotions and all this time to do all this. And finally, I'm getting this orb. And guys, after the orb sighting, or the orbs, you know, that sighting, right, guys? That happened in a month later. I'm up in the flat top. Oh, I said the word. I'm up in Steamboat Springs, in the area where I get my earlier investigations. I was talking to you about the footprints and all the Sasquatch activity in the meat pit. Well, I go back up by myself. Now, I talked about another guy that he collects prints on the other side of the reservoir, and I collect. What he was watching what I was doing for a lot of years. They never bothered me. They said, why does Kenny go down there and do what he does? And well, they didn't know. I thought, Jesus Christ, guys, we're near a reservoir. There's got to be footprints down there. I've seen footprints so freaking inline. I've got one that's 5 inches. Oh my God, I can get started here. Let me keep on track. So in the area that I go to get my tracks and all that, he was watching me. Well, he goes over to another reservoir about a mile away, and he's doing what I'm doing now. And that's how we got together as 2 researchers to put our stuff together and work together and not fight each other. And me go, oh, you in my area? Oh, I'm in yours. No, we didn't know what the next one was doing until we put our stuff together, guys. And when we were matching our prints, and we're thinking, my God, this family's running around, this family's running around. So we knew that there was some activities up there, because after the 10 years, we've seen orbs up there. We've seen orbs come down, 10 of us in a BFR group saw a yellow and a blue one chasing each other down a pathway. And it was like, so we know there was orbs and activities and Bigfoot's up there. So 2020, I go up there because nobody would go with me. And I call my buddy, the one I'm talking about. I says, hey, let's go up. He goes, I can't right now. I can't talk right now. So I go, well, I'll go up. So I go up there. This is a month after the orb, after the orb, I go up there to this area, and I'm going to sit. Something said sit out all night. Normally, I try to get in and troll them into me. But that particular night, I'm talking them, the Bigfoots. I'll do the activities outside, bang, bang, whatever, and then settle down, have them troll into me. And I have good luck at that. But this particular night, I stayed up all night thinking, just look at the skies. So 5:04 in the morning, I'm looking across the meat pit. Here comes these 4 lights, and I can't find my camera, but I'm watching this. By the time I do get my phone, I catch a part of it where it's just getting onto the mountain, and there's 4 lights the size of a football field or more. And then all of a sudden they go 3, 2, and it goes to 1 light, and the thing goes, yeah, it does this little squiggly thing. And it's like, wow, I don't know what I just saw. I think I just saw a spaceship there. So I go home from the area, and it's like a 7-hour drive to get back home. It's pretty remote. Go back home, call my buddy. Hey, I was up in the area. And he's like, can't talk right now. I'm like, you sapsucker. So I go back up to the area the second weekend. I put a trail cam up. Here's my truck window, my back window, trail cam on the ledge facing tailgate, guys. That way. Trail cam just on the ledge outside. I don't care if they take it. There it is. Trail cam facing that way. Well, in the nighttime, I was in my truck and I'm bedded down for the second weekend up there for my excursion, thinking, all right, you don't want to come with me. I'll come. I want to do this again. I saw a spaceship last weekend. Let's see what we get this weekend. So I'm in my truck, and all of a sudden I hear something around my truck tires. And I'm thinking, what's going on down below me? I didn't bother it. If you have interaction, let them continue their thing and don't try to disrupt that. And they went away. And I thought, well, okay, not much going to happen, I guess, tonight. So I get up and I'm thinking, well, what happened last night? I heard interaction under my truck. So go look around your tires. I look around. I had just went not too long ago to the auto parts store, and I was going to buy myself, listen to this, chrome valve stem to go onto the tires, the valve stems. I thought I was going to put these nice ones on there, and I did. That's what they took off. They took all 4 of those off my tires. And I thought something took my valve stem covers off. Then I go, well, you better check your camera you set up. I go back and I get a picture of this thing behind my truck, and it's got his shoulders and it's got his neck. It looks like a damn alien. And I'm like, what the hell was behind my truck last night, under my truck doing it? It was so close to me because I'm in my truck sleeping. It was right there. It's only me in the truck, distance of the width of the truck. And I'm just saying, it was there. So I go back home, guys. I go back home and I call my buddy and I go, hey, dude, I was just up there. He goes, I can't talk right now. I'm going pheasant hunting or something hunting, bow hunting. I'm going, Jiminy crickets. So I go back up there, guys. And of course, I always told you I do my castings up there while I'm running around my reservoir. And I see this 3-toed 13-inch print. I go, that's dang. I mean, this print is right here. And it showed the heel down here, and it showed the toes up there. And I'm thinking, well, look at these toes. They're like, here's a big toe right there. It was like so in line. And these, it's just missing these here. Well, let me get the before print, because I learned out there you got to have a before and you got to have an after, because that's how you're going to be more scientific about things. But anyways, so that print's the third week. So I go, well, I got 3-toed 13-inch print. I go back home, call my buddy up. Oh man, he goes, finally he talks to me. He goes, I've been trying to tell you for 3 weeks not to go up there. I said, well, what's your problem? I'm going to. He goes, well, I was up there too. Now I didn't know he was up there, guys, at the time I was doing something different with somebody else. He was with Coast to Coast radio station. I'm going to say it. And he's with Connie. I'm going to say that. Because Connie makes you sign waivers that says you don't talk about what happens up here. It's all mine. We're going to talk about it on the radio. But if I'm infringing, I'm sorry, you come after me. But that's my spot. We're not signing anything. Jason used to sign that 1 year. He signed a waiver saying that. And he wouldn't even talk to me about it. That's why he blew me off for 3 weeks. Well, guys, now I'm going to say, now, Connie, show us now. What evidence did you guys get up there that changed Mike Johnson, that in an area where I go to, that changed me? Because, okay, so my buddy's up there with that radio station, and they get a tractor beam zoomed on them from an alien. They've got some alien stuff. I think Jay's, say it again, you can edit. Oh, it's more live, so who cares? So my buddy says, and Kenny, I found a 3-toed print. And I went, damn it, Jason. I've been trying to get a hold of you to tell you. He goes, well, I told you not to go up there. And I went, okay, well, that's 2020. That's 2020, guys. It's getting to be the end of the year now. Now Jason goes and gets this bump in his elbow right here. In his elbow right here. He gets a bump in there. he's talking about it now he got that shortly after the incident of him telling me that they got
talking about an implant, right?
Yeah. And so he talked about it up until this year of April. We have an event that I talked about that we go to and we are part of. How many months is that? 6 months later, 7 months later? Guys, I have one too, but I never ever said to anybody I had one. So when Jason's talking about this, I go, Jason, come here and shut your mouth up. You know I got one too. And I go, you want? And he was a ranger and a nurse and all that. That year, I left this out. That year, up in that area where I get my castings and all that, guys, the river is like this on both sides. One juvenile jumped from that side to that side. The bank's like this. He didn't make it the full jump. When he slipped, he impaled from the belly button down to one leg, hit into the bank, and left enough of a cut out when he peeled off. It left an impression there. What's there? From the leg up to the pelvis area, to the male scrotum sac, and to the male's private part, all planted right into the ground. I cast this. Joe Taylor, I'll get more people to look at this. And Joe Taylor, from, if you know Joe, he'll help me. But,
can I interrupt you a minute?
Yes, please.
I wanted to like back you up. I wanted to back you up on the ET SASQUATCH connection. Back in 2016, 17, 18, I was a volunteer for the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Encounters. They did the world's largest academic survey. They had 11 PhDs on this survey. They had the largest academic survey of the ET encounter and the ET experiences, right? 3,000 people is when they compiled it, ended up being 6,000 people worldwide, and 600 questions. And one of the questions was, I paid attention to this because I took I was there, right? One of the questions was, who do you see on the craft, right? This is 600 questions. So every question you can think of, right? So one of the questions was, who do you see on the craft? The first one was the light beings, the people with the robes that were light, or they're a ball of light, and then the humans, and then the gray ETs, and, manta type beings, right? The fifth one was Sasquatch, right? Sasquatch is the fifth most seen beings on craft. Academic study, published papers, okay? So if you're going to come out with this movie, you're going to be talking about it more, just let you know there's academic study. There's no academic study on Sasquatch in that field, but there is an academic study that mentions Sasquatch in the UFO field. It's there.
Right.
Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Encounters is there. There's facts. Of all those people who've seen people on the craft, the fifth one was Sasquatch. So I have a list. I personally have a list of 46 things that the Sasquatch and the ETs have in common. Like light coming out of your eyes, going invisible, being seen as different things, connecting to people from the time of their childhood into their teens, and then people connecting throughout their generation. Grandpa, grandma, and further back. All that just goes on and on and on and on. People's lives changing for the better, people's lives changing for the worse, on and on and on and on. There's the connection to the Sasquatch and the ETs have probably the most data that you can shake a stick at. Well, this is human data, human interaction data. The researchers are going for like footprints and stuff, but when you start studying human interactions, you start seeing that it's the same. people who experience Sasquatch and the people who experience ETs, they're having the same kind of life experiences.
Well, yeah, kind of like when I thought, Kenny, how come you don't remember going back to the truck? Well, maybe I was. I hear all the time of
Missing time.
UFO abductees, missing time. There talking about. I think, dude, start connecting. It's so simple. Almost, it's right there, almost. But it's like you just. What you said was very, very interesting and very good.
So to back you up, you've got academics. You know, people are going to give you shit about it. There's no question about that.
I got stats. They're like, you want to talk about sports? Show me stats. Okay, I'll show you data. I'll show you stats. All right, gotcha.
That's really compelling. 46 things that they have in common. I mean, but they, you know, that's
punch that list. Punch that
overwhelming
list
to me.
Yeah, punch that list up, and I'll sure look at that for
give
sure.
Give me the screen share. I'll show it to you right now. That's something I've been wanting to do on this show for a long time.
Okay, let's see it.
Yeah.
I have to get it out of my files.
As you're pulling that up, you know, that as far as the missing time thing goes, they definitely can. I mean, that's a fact. I've experienced that many, many times, and I know a lady who actually was at a concert, and she was walking around the concert with the Sasquatch, and they had people frozen in place, frozen like statues. Yeah. And she was, and you know, manipulating time, and so that just tells you right there that, you know, they could have frozen you and whatever, and put you to your truck, and then when you woke up, you wouldn't even realize.
Many times I'll see it driving. Maybe it's like maybe driving, and I'm in that motion of, it's just when, you know, what took me to accept things a little bit more is when I hear that someone went missing through a portal.
Yeah.
What is it with these portals?
Yeah. Hey, so can I ask you, just before Beans gets into this, so you said you saw that juvenile Sasquatch running towards the orb. Did it actually go inside the orb, or what happened there? You're cut off, Ken.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a question here, Beans. Just give me a second.
They were showing me in the daytime, and they asked me to talk about this orb.
Well, no, I just wanted, just before Beans gets into this, why did the Sasquatch juvenile actually go into the orb?
Nope, it looked like it was running to it, and I disrupted it. And to me, I think it went on all fours. It dropped.
Okay, you know that the Sasquatch can. That's one of the ways that they can travel is in orb form. So that's quite interesting, and it's collaborative evidence too. That's good. Go ahead, Beans.
Okay, well, this is my list. This is a short list of the things the star people and the Sasquatch have in common. A back of an envelope list of what I've heard. Now, the data I get from the star people is from the academic study, okay? The stuff that I get from Sasquatch is I've heard a ton of videos, and when you hear somebody say something on the videos, like number 18, both can give the experience of being frozen or loss of control. People just get frozen up or locked up, right? And it just goes on and on. Both have been able to go invisible. Both have mind speak. Physical healings are reported by both. They can connect to humans for life. Sasquatch and the ETs connect as humans for life when they're friends.
Family and brothers. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Both can contact humans in early childhood. Both follow a family for several generations. It's the same thing. Both do change people's lives, right? For the better. 80% of the people who are in contacted with the ETs and with the Sasquatch, their life gets better, more interesting, more valuable, deeper life. But some of them don't. About 10% have no effect on them. And then there's about 10% of the people of both the ET connections and the Sasquatch connection who have PTSD, and they just want to get out of the whole field. Okay, on and on it goes. Okay, Men in Black, both have Men in Black or special ops guys come to cover up incidents, ETs incidents, and Sasquatch incidents.
Yes, Yes, I had to National Park come in and shut down that place in Glenhaven. After I said I came back out and went to Glenhaven, we got a lot of good stuff down there. The park departments came in, put a gate up, and shut me out of there. The government said, "Get out of here. We know what you're doing. Oh, I don't want it down here." And I'm like, "You can't stop me from down here. Well, we'll put this gate up and we'll deter you." So, yes.
Okay, anyway, I could go on and on, but just to let you, maybe I should do a whole show of this just by itself.
Yeah, look at that list. I mean, yeah. Both
we
are
could do that.
Like photographing, right?
Yeah.
Sasquatch have a big reputation for being blurry photographs. Well, there's a lot of people who have taken pictures of ETs, and guess what? They're blurry.
Yeah.
Nobody's got a crystal clear picture of an ET, but they're always running around or in the woods or somebody's house or something, or looking through a window. Same kind of stuff. Both of them, both have talked about the history of humanity. The ETs talk about the history of humanity, and the Sasquatch talk about the history of humanity. That's what Sasquatch Speaks and Psychic Sasquatch, those books are all about. I go on and on. Both, this is interesting, both the Sasquatch and the ET both talk about earth changes. They talk about floods or fires or, big dramatic changes that are going to happen. And so, there's a lot. So I'm going to end this. It's your show, but I just wanted to back up. So for the people who are listening to you, that this is not just pulling it out of your head, and you're not just a one-off kind of a guy. There's hundreds of people who've seen Sasquatch going on craft, in craft, and coming out of craft. You just don't hear about them because they get torn to shreds by the.
I saw Bolt can walk through walls. Well, I've experienced a lot of that stuff in that list, but yeah, can walk through walls. I've experienced that. They've been in my room,
David Pilatus talks about an event he has called Mile High Mystery Conference, and he'll bring the Sasquatch and the Bigfoots and the Sasquatch and the alien phenomenon together. Different MUFON part of it would come in. And one story I was listening to, the guy talked about, he got stuck in Arizona somewhere, had to go up a tree to stay the night because he didn't want to stay on the ground because of the critters. But like you talked about, cylinder UFO came over, had 3 windows, something comes out of the middle of it, and it was in a mechanical form. He said when it hit the ground, he called out to the others in the ship. He said that these creatures came out that were fluorescent, that everything they touched was fluorescent. But when they walked up the tree, everything was fluorescent, and they just looked at him. And then this mechanical thing called them all back, went to the ship. Happy family went. He went back up, they went away. And you hear these stuff. So it took me a lot of years to listen to MUFON too. And they try to go, man, MUFON's getting it with aliens, Bigfoots, we're in there. And then I thought MUFON really opened me up a little bit more too. So
MUFON doesn't report Sasquatch.
No, they do the alien.
And Bigfoot, the BFRO doesn't report aliens. They're trying to keep them in 2 different camps, but they're not. There you go. They're connected.
And BFRO also doesn't report anything that's not flesh and blood walking around in the woods. I mean, they don't do the stories justice, in my opinion. But
yeah.
So Ken, are you at a point now in do you consider the Sasquatch? I mean, you have a connection with them, obviously. That's undoubted. Do you look at it from like a family teaching kind of relationship now, or a spiritual kind of thing? Are you looking at it more from a connection than investigator now, or?
Yeah, what got me there was 59 years old, went to the Omaha Indian Reservation with Barry Webster, not part of Nebraska, where we have them.
We've had him on.
Yeah, they have him on. Him and his brother Derek and them guys run a good. There was a time when I thought that they were fictitious and they made things up. I mean, anybody could be out there throwing, come on, they need money. You think this is what I thought. They would do things because they need the money to do what they're doing. And so it took me to go out there myself. And I was invited to go out with Igor. And I went out at a special time and nobody in the world knew what was going on. There was a fine there. Now it might be out by now. I can't say too much, but we were shown things that nobody else seen. And that was found there. And Barry took us out on a night thing. And this is what I talked about earlier on with researchers, how we go to good and bad sides of researchers. We went to this sacred place and at night to see this big Bigfoot that hangs there, that there is near the river and prime area, but it's very sacred there. Everybody was asked not to take pictures. Well, at that time, Igor took some pictures and didn't listen because Igor sometimes gets very, I'm Igor, and I can say that. And don't be mad, Igor. And Igor's taking pictures and they got mad and almost, well, to the point where they would rebellish him to come back. Just Igor, come on. He didn't know. And he knew, but it happened. And that affected me because they look at these things more spiritual and not as how white man looks at them. And boy, he's deep out there in the spiritual sense of what they are. And that particular night, we had a lot of stuff happen out there at that the reservation. I think they're protected on that land. And but you said you had Barry on, and he's a very he's
well that's the kind of relationship I have with him right from day one. Is I get overwhelming evidence like the tracks, the glyphs, their communication, but that's a teaching thing too, and the structure, all that stuff. But my whole thing is about a student teacher relationship with him, and I'm getting now for the first time on this show, I'm getting energy from them. Because they give me energy when I talk about stuff that they approve of or that they like. So what they really want, and I mean, and you've got incredible experiences, and you're obviously doing things right. But from my experience, what they really want is you have an open heart and connect with them so that they can teach you about your true nature and really universal spiritual things. That's the relationship that I am at with them. But go ahead.
It's a perfect world for that with them. But I think them choosing you too. It's like people want all this. Man, I have took so many times for me to stop being so emotional when I talk about things that has happened, that now I can get things out and talk about it and share. And a lot of people just say you guys are storytellers. There's a bunch of storytellers.
Sure.
Well,
here's what they think.
You said earlier, boots to the ground, and who cares what they say stuff. That's what got me to where I'm on stage with, there's times when a lot of ups and downs in this, but so talking to you guys, sharing things, and this movie coming out, it's different. It's not like your TV thing that we have with other shows. I think, and it's going to continue on, and it's going to talk more about the Estes Park area on another movie that we got coming. And I'm excited that I got to meet and finally share after all these years. That's why I was talking about earlier, getting myself built up to start where I started and then end where I'm at. And I want that to be the best I can. So I bounce up and down. I come from Colorado to Nebraska and live in Estes Park, and we have a house in Nebraska. But people say, why don't you give up your Bigfoot and go to Nebraska and do it? It's like, well, this is my home state, but I've been away since I moved at 15 and I came back. And so I want to kind of bring what I did with Estes Park and bring it to Nebraska and show about the flatland Bigfoots and the heartland Bigfoots. And we're close to Kansas. And I thought, you said earlier, am I done with, I'm kind of with my, doing a little bit more filming. I'll finish in the area that I was talking about, filming next year with the guys in that area that I talked about, that all that alien stuff happened. And what I'm talking about, I can jump back to that body print. The body print that I casted, guys, and I told you that It went from the leg on up to the navel area and that area. That's exactly where my damn my implant is. So my implant is stuck right there, right in between, right in that little area. And I got a picture I can show, but I go get an x-ray. Guess what? It's metallic.
Yeah.
It's there, but they can't see it. It's metallic in the x-ray. So we take a BB and put it next to it. You see the BB just fine, but you can't, all you can see on that implant that I got is about 3/4 of an inch. You see the outer. It's just like, so to continue our story, the one buddy goes and gets his implant. He had enough of it. It ended up being what I thought it was, a bone calcium buildup. But the one who did my x-ray says, you don't have that. You've got something. You better just, we don't know. So I'm thinking that night when it was in my truck, taking my valve stems, was that close. I think that's the night that things happened. I saw the spaceship and the orb. And so when my next thing is to go to the doctor and see what my thing is down that I have. And so, people were implants. I'm thinking, good Lord, hell, I hope the hell it's not. And it's some medical thing, but it's movable. It's not attached to nothing. It's free floating, just floats around there. And it's like, but you can't see it in an x-ray. That's mine. My buddy's one, his is out of his elbow and it's a bone calcium buildup. But anyways.
Don't worry about it. You know what that means? That means free health care.
Yeah.
They take you to give you
I need
checkup.
dental.
But you seem to be very open-minded, and you seem to be kind of in the middle between the boots on the ground evidence kind of thing and the learning and the teaching. So you're at a really good place. I mean, and you're not in any kind of like, I always talk about boxes, and the Sasquatch talk about boxes too. You don't seem like your desire to learn is contained within any kind of box of beliefs or whatever. When you are presented new information, you'll step outside of that, and that's good. That's the way to be.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Yeah. And and the other thing is about talking your truth. Like you said, you don't care anymore about withholding anything back. Like the Sasquatch told me personally, in many different ways, you represent us everywhere you go. And you know what that means to me? That means if I'm going to talk about them and represent them, I'm not going to be dumbing it down or whatever. I'm going to tell exactly as it is. And if people don't want to listen, that's fine. But I'm not going to disrespect them by not talking about what they teach me, right? I'm not going to say, well, I don't want to talk about them going invisible, or I seen them appear in my room, or blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm going to talk about that. And I appreciate that you do that too.
Yeah. And you get a lot of people looking at you different. That
who cares?
I know, but I do a lot of conferences. The big shots come in like Ken Gephardt and Lyle Blackburn and Cliff and all these guys that come in, and I don't see myself as them. They're all different. My way of presenting it is almost as don't do it my way, because a lot of times I didn't categorize. I thought it would just be here. All of a sudden, you got 20 years going by, and then you got 25, and you think, wow, why wasn't I more? Why didn't I categorize? Why didn't I just do things a little more different? And I didn't. So when I do talk about what I do is I was a little sloppy on it, but boy, I wouldn't change it for anything. That time when I saw the Legend of Boggy Creek and the seed got planted and it grew to be this beautiful oak tree that years later I can share the stories. And when you were saying how people talk and how it comes out, I just, with you guys, just sent you a bunch of pictures. And
I got a few of them that we can share.
And I like to do it just like, I just say it as it rolls off. If it's not right, if it's not in an order or strange, but I have enough up there to where I like it when I can just share right off. And if you point something out, I can explain. And so I shot you guys a smorgasbord of videos and pictures and from footprints. You guys have anything you'd like to share on that?
I have a couple of your pictures. Like videos don't work that well on here, but
Okay.
I got a few pictures, and I'm specifically interested in that Dogman track. So I'll bring that up. But yeah. Don't let anybody tell you you're full of crap or blah 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 or whatever. That just means they're not prepared to step outside of a box, and they're not going to learn anything outside of that. That's where the learning begins, when you don't have barriers to learning. So anyway, I'll bring some. You're doing the right thing, my friend. Now I think this first one is just a painting, so maybe you don't have anything to say about this, but is there anything you want to talk about with this picture?
That was up in Bailey, Colorado in 2013 when I had my first sighting. Now that's on the other side. No, this was saw in Bailey, Colorado, but it was seen at the same year that mine was seen in Estes Park. Now look at that. She's red kind of in color. Just that's about almost what I saw, except for it was a male. It wasn't female. This has got a breast, and the person who saw this describes it as having a pongy stomach, but a receding hairline. So if you look above the eyebrow there, you see that patch missing. And then he said you could see the breast, and you could see that it had a punchy stomach. What had happened is a trail stopped him. So he's walking up these switchbacks on this trail called Ben Tyler Trail in Bailey, Colorado, right outside the city limits. And these switchbacks go up this mountain, and that's where it stepped in between him going up that trail and stopped him. So he turned and was with a dog, and the dog freaked out, of course. Well, he fell, and when he turned back, the thing was charging him, like just walking towards him. So he ran down to the outpost, which is the Sasquatch outpost in Bailey. He ran in there and is yelling at Jim like, "You got somebody out there in a costume?" And Jim's like, "No." And so he told the story to Jim. They finally got the investigation. This is a picture that Sybil Irving drew of this.
Yeah.
And that's what the gentleman saw. The gentleman has since moved, and he does not talk about this since that. And he's the one that said, "I don't want nothing to do with this." Then you have the ones like us that say, "Please give me that." And you got the ones that say, "Uh-uh." And he got it on just not even, wanting it. See how they are? See how they are? See?
Well, you know why? Because like I've had people come up to my camp out or whatever that were just there to support friends and stuff. And one time my clan leader walked right through the camp, and this one guy that was just sort of to support people saw him walking right through the camp and fully materialized. And the reason is because if he had to went away and not had that experience, he would have just said, "Well, I had a really nice vacation." And that's it. And he wouldn't have considered anything, but they had to hit him hard and fast to intrigue him. Now, at that point, once that happens, it's up to the individual whether they want to pursue it or not, but you're giving them an opening to consider something, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, because we're in a BFRO expedition once. Dennis Poles in the group had brought a bunch of people up to play these drums, and we walked down to the meat pit. And as they're playing the drums, something drew me away from that group. I walked over towards another area. I'm looking away from the group with my back to them. I'm looking up in that hill. I see one in there doing his tree ducking at us. Yeah. So I didn't say nothing. I hear this. I hear this behind me. It's Dennis. Dennis walks up behind me and says, "Kenny, he's right there, isn't he?" I said, "Yeah, Dennis. And you know what? We're not going to say a word."
Yeah.
I might have been there for that, but you didn't see me. "Hey, look, there's one up on the hill." Didn't do none of that. And then when I heard Dennis come up behind me and go, "He's right there," I was like, "Yeah, buddy." And we're not going to, and we walked off with him on my elbow, and we just walk off like, "Yeah, that's, these guys." And that was just so cool to me. I mean,
but the reason I mentioned this before, the reason I think that probably that Sasquatch individual was peeking behind the tree is because they love music.
But
They love singing. They love children. They love high vibrational stuff. That's what attracts them. So when these guys are saying, "Oh, we don't want this guy up here playing his drum or whatever," well, that's not the right attitude, man.
No,
that's exactly what they want.
How do you know? Yeah,
that's not that's not the high vibrational laughter, and drumming and music, and that's what's what brings them in. I mean, that's my experience. So if these guys saying they don't want that's ridiculous.
Well, we're taught with the BFRO to troll them. We want the women to drink a little wine and go in front of us and be goofy and loud and all that. We want that. And then, like you say, we bring them to us kind of in a sense where they troll into us because they want to come in and touch our windows and our tents and they want to interact. So many times a lot of times is how we do it. And I think that they have their children. They're making these. One story I had was a friend. He's passed away now, but he told me a story that one time he was out there and 3 of them walked up to him. There was a family, and he says the little one, about 4 feet or so, was reaching its arms up at him, going like, pick me up. And he said, Kenny, I wanted to pick the little one up. I didn't know what the dad would do. And I thought, well, if that little one would have made some type of noise the dad wasn't familiar with, he would have rogued you maybe. But he said, I didn't feel that. He goes, but I wanted to pick that little one up. And I thought, man, these things, they're walking up to him. I mean, and he's telling me this story. So of how this little one wanted to pick him up like a child would, a human child would want their mom to pick them up if they fell on the ground. Or it's just like their life is like ours, where they see things and they're as intelligent as they are. They're more intelligent than us.
So. Oh, definitely, 100%. So like my point with this vibration stuff or whatever is like when I hold my Sasquatch camp out, and I only invite people who are open to learning and whatever there. If we're sitting around and talking about, the world today and how it's all going to shit and whatever, we're talking about lower vibrational stuff. They don't come around to do anything. When we start singing and talking about them and talking truth about them and we're talking high vibration stuff, that's when they come in. So there's no question about that. So I wanted to ask you before we move on to the next picture, how accurate is this face from what you've experienced? Is that what you've seen too?
I'm sorry, what was it? How accurate is
the face on this red female, is that basically what you've seen too? Is it very accurate?
Oh, so if in my case, I did not, it was taller on my end, but it had the colorish the same in a sense that it was urban color. Mine was. So the face was much more different on mine more of the human, and it had no sagittal, and it had more of a human nose. You ever see Kane the wrestler on WWE and the Undertaker?
Yes.
You ever see how their bridge is pushed in and they got this honk, and that's what mine looked like. It was more of this here, but the same year, guys. This is in Bailey. Mine's in Estes Park. If you hop and skip over the mountain, you'll be there in an hour and a half. So what's an hour and a half of a wilderness to them? Not saying it's the same Bigfoot, but that particular year, these 2 pictures somewhat together are somewhat, I saw in the same type of features, but it was not a female. This is definitely has breasts with that paunchy stomach. And as far as that, up top, I said to mine had that type of scraggly hair down. It wasn't this beautiful like the black one I seen. His hair was so beautiful. What drew me away from the red one, because of the black one, how it was, the sun was hitting its color and the way the little sagittal crest on that little one. And you're looking, thinking, do they do like a human when a human has their heads and they're still growing? They have that soft cap. And I'm not saying how big this one, it was bigger than a baby, but I'm just saying, how are their heads? You just get blown away how they develop from that smallest to this big ones, and the bulkness, and and why am I finding always juvenile footprints? I find I see my first Bigfoot is a juvenile. I see a juvenile going to an orb.
That's a beautiful footprint.
There you go. It's like
that's a beauty. Yeah, that's a beautiful footprint. Yep, juveniles going to orbs and whatever. But my experience is, and we'll move on to the next picture, is that even within the same clan or the same area, you can have some that look more like ape-like or whatever, and some that look more human.
Yep,
whatever that means. So
okay.
Now, what's going on with this? Is this like and I hate looking at stuff like this, but
well, what happened is I got a phone call. I go out to the guy's land, something eating out of his food, and so I set up a trail cam as raccoons. So then he says, well, come look at this. And he shows me this sheep. Now the sheep that he showed me was chewed up. So I put up a trail cam. It's mountain lions. They're chewing this other sheep to death. They're just chewed the ribs. They threw all the innards out. They just munched this other sheep to munches to death. So what I asked the owner was, can I walk the land and see if there's any more missing? Well, I walked the land and I find this one. This is the second find I find.
Yeah.
Well, about 3 days prior to this, there was a UFO that flew over to Stanley, and it's recorded. I got the recording, and it flew right over Glen Haven. This is that area that I get my Bigfoot stuff. This is a part of it. That area, it's called Glen Haven. So I go down there to this guy, and I do, like I said, I find this other goat. I go to mountain lion chewing him. So I find this one, and this one is like this. And I'm thinking, dude, this one looks like it's been dropped. His neck's broken. His eyeballs popped out, and his anus is cut out.
Yeah.
And I said, and there was a UFO that flew over here 3 days ago. So I called David Pilatus from Missing 411. David came down and spent the day with me. We went to this, guys. David got done with this analysis. He says, Kenny, you have a UFO abduction here that I go, I know I do, Dave. That's why I called you. And I'm so lucky out there to have Dave to come and mature me and what I'm doing, guys, because I got David Pilatus with me, and he verifies, he go, Kenny, we lift this up, and I go, well, I want to get a picture up in there. It's cut out, and his eyes popped out, his neck is broke. So
yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's like a surgical. I mean, that's not a bite. Yeah. That's like a triangle.
Yeah. And nothing, and so nothing touched. I go, Dave, you got a radioactive counter? He didn't have one. You know what, guys? That goat sat there for 2 weeks, ain't nothing touched it. But the other one, just like a football field down the hill, chewed to smithereens, dismembered by now, gone. This one, man, I don't want to touch you. Finally, we had to take the thing and drag it so far up in the woods and throw it up into the woods.
I've heard that predators don't want to touch these.
They don't want to touch it. They don't want to touch it. But
so what did David Pilates say on what happened? He thought it was like,
he thinks it was an alien. Yep, he thinks alien, and it, because I said it dropped it from a spaceship, Dave. I don't care. He says it's Kenny. You got it right. It's something here. It's alien. And it's, look at the ass. I'm sorry, guys. Look at the anus. It's chopped. It's the privates are, and it's, you know, yeah. And then I got a graphic photos, but you know, I got to show that, hey, you know.
Yeah, I don't like looking at stuff like that, but I mean, it's compelling.
I don't either. I don't want to see animals hurt and that. But I think that was something that in this, what I'm in, besides Bigfooting, we get this stuff too.
Have you got any insight or any opinions, or has Pilates said anything or whatever? Why? Because I mean, I've heard of this kind of stuff before where, you know, exactly what we're looking at with the eyes removed, no other damage other than it looks like it was dropped, the anus cut out, stuff like that. What's the reason for that? Do you have any idea?
Well, you know, they're talking about manufactured things. Is this something that, did they draw this thing up into the ship and there's no blood around it? It's just that eyeball is about the only bloody spot you're going to see.
That's common, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, do they bleed these things? Why do they need our blood, and you get these stories of they need our or these are animals. Are they? I don't know. Why do they do this? When it started in Colorado and the valley, all those mutilations with the horse, that started all this Colorado mutilation things with the cows. And then why is it with these animals? What are they doing with them surgically? I mean, what's cutting? I don't know. You know what? Are they manufacturing? Well, I don't know. Are they making other parts? I mean, what is the reason? I don't know.
How about you, Beans? You got any insight into that?
Yeah, there's stories about, first of all, almost every animal, including humans, have been taken and done like this. Dogs, cats, goats, horses, bulls, everything, cows. They've all been taken, and I think somebody I saw a map one time, and then you have like nuclear power plants and nuclear installations and nuclear, wherever they store nuclear stuff like that. Then you look to the east and south, right, of that, and you can see where the animals were taken. So there's kind of a relationship to nuclear radiation, how much nuclear radiation escapes, gets on the land, and then affects the animals.
Yep.
So that's one explanation. I don't know if that's the absolute truth or not, but that's one explanation.
Did you see that drone shot of that moose that was running without a head? And it was over near that power plant that went down. Was it in Russia over there or somewhere? Somebody's flying a drone and it's showing this moose without a head. And just what you're talking about, this radiation, what did it do to these animals?
So what we got here is looks like maybe an adult track and a juvenile beside it.
Yeah, that's that reservoir I go to and get these tracks. And most of the times, I know there's humans in there. There's human contamination. Well, they ran with the humans. They run with Bigfoot's got to be around humans to see them. So yeah, there's going to be human tracks. But yeah, these are when I get there. I try to pick out the most interesting, most flatter the better. With that mid-tarsal break and all blah blah blah.
Yeah. They both have that.
That Meldrum has drilled me about. And thank you, Jeff. But it's just making me better. But sometimes the ridicule from him is hard. And I think, well, sometimes I find things that you're talking about with my inline. You might have a video of but I got some videos of slow inline strides. We don't walk like that. We don't walk like we're on a tightrope. We don't walk with that consistency of that gap between us. We don't. And there's many times in events, I'll try to get humans to walk a straight line. Hell, they can't even do that. And it's one track way. The print is only 5 inches. And the little thing is walking very inline next to Mama. And Mama is so inline, it's just unreal. So
and that's why we can't criticize these guys like Jeff Meldrum or whatever, because they give us valuable tools to work with, they do good work. That's obviously not a human print, this one.
Right. It looks like 4 toes too, which is odd.
A lot of times I got 4-toed tracks. Yep. Up there. I got them casted here. Can show you. Well, this one's 4 toes right here. Well, that's okay. You guys don't got the camera. That's okay. But yeah.
That's fine. We can see it pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here's one of their structures. I like this. Is this your picture?
This is a structure that it's been in a friend's. He's been on property for 25 years, and it was there then. And it's behind Mount Meeker, near St. Milo, up above Estes Park. But them days.
Hold on a second. You saying this has been standing for 25 years? This structure?
Yeah, or more.
Wow.
But what's the first thing you're going to get out of people's mouths around here that built that? Boy Scouts. That's what they're going to say. Now, there was a camp called St. Milo. If you know what that is, it's St. Milo Chapel. It's a church on the rocks, and it was built diocese of the Catholics built that place, and the Pope was actually there one time. And it's a ways from that area that this would be any part of project the Boy Scouts would do. But it's been on this property for that long, since he's been there. And there's another one a little bit adjacent to it down a little further. But yeah, it's been around that long. And in that area, it sits on the base of Mount Meeker. So it sits on the base of a mountain.
Mm-hmm. Are there any new ones? Are they doing them there often, or is it?
I don't see any add-ons. I see a structure that's I don't see any. I don't put trail cams up on it or nothing. I've probably only been to the structure in my days of knowing where it's at, because there's a little bit out there, that maybe a dozen times, but I've never seen it to where it's been ever added to or torn down or just, inside.
No, I mean, any other ones in the area that show up?
Yeah, there's, like I say, there's another one adjacent to this one, about maybe 50 yards out, but not as big.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my experience is I'm 110% sure that they make these structures, but there is also, you have to use some discretion as well, because there is bushcraft, there are Boy Scouts, but you get to know what you're looking for or whatever, right? So
yeah, because up in the other areas, I get these, they're 30 feet in the air. They look like pixie sticks up top.
Exactly.
They're so weaving and poke through. It's like, that's different from this, of course. I call them pixie sticks, and it's just what they are. It's what they look like. And up on top, they are so intelligently put there.
Yeah.
So whatever.
And also with some of these structures or whatever, like there's just some of them that I come across serve absolutely no purpose whatsoever for a human to make. Because usually when Boy Scouts or whatever would make them, they're like shelter or whatever, right? That's what
a lean-to. You're going to show a shelter for the night. Exactly.
And
I was a Boy Scout leader.
And plus from my experience, I see glyphs all around them quite often, tracks. They decorate them with ferns, peel bark, just things that people wouldn't do, right?
Right. And you said it. You know what I think? It's art to them. That's just me. It's art. It's art to me. I think, wow,
well,
the gifts that I've gotten, woven stuff. Oh my gosh, I got a beautiful gift given to me in Kentucky, in an area on a trail that it was beautiful. This gift of woven. I'll have to show it to you of what they can do. But anyways,
I'm getting a message from the Sasquatch giving me an energetic. They want me to talk about something specifically right here as far as these structures go. Like quite often, they leave them around people and whatever, and in these camps and whatever, and where people camp out or whatever, is because it's a non-threatening way for them to say, "Here I am. Do you see me?" It's kind of like a gentle introduction, and then people can go down that road if they want. But it's a gentle introduction to hi, I'm here. Do you see me? Basically,
calling card. Okay. Yeah.
Hey Ken, when you said you got that gift in Kentucky,
yes.
How many times have you been on that trail in Kentucky?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you asked that. My wife has a family reunion in Buckhorn State Park down there. And we go every year to that family, because I make sure we go so she can go to her family reunion, because you don't hear many people doing that much, but maybe they do. But I make sure she goes. And for 4th year I was there, I go on the same trail. I do the same thing all the time. And on that trail, it's called the Moonshine Trail, about 1.5 miles. And that in the 3 years prior, I used to get gifts and intentionally want something back. I would think, all right, what are you going to give me back if I give you this? This particular year when I went there, I didn't care. I was like, I thought when I went up to buy, this is what it was. I went up to go buy the candy bar, a baby Ruth. I went up and thought, oh, they're hungry. So let's give them a baby Ruth today. I didn't think about, I'm going to give you this gift and I want something back from it. I just didn't think that way. I thought, oh, they're hungry. Let's go get them a candy bar. So I go do my thing on the trail. And before I leave my trail, I throw the candy bar away that night. Just throw it in over here by a tree. And then in the morning, I know we're going to leave because we're only there a couple of days. And I come back in the morning to walk my dog. down the trail again. It's only 1.5 miles. And I go back and I get to the point where I had thrown the candy bar, that's the 4th year now. My intentions wasn't not, I said not to get a gift back. It was just because I wanted to feed them that year. And I didn't want anything back. They gave me this beautiful thing wrapped up in, it just freaked me out. It was beautiful. It was sitting there where the candy bar was. And I thought, at that time, my dog is starting to freak out. So I got this beautiful gift. I know a Bigfoot's in the area and my dog is showing it. And in my video, you will see my dog, how it reacts to this moment. And so the gift that I got, it took 4 years to get it off that same trail, everything was the same that I did. I tried to be repetitious. And by just doing the same thing every year. Finally that year, my intentions inside my heart was just to feed them, not to get anything from them. See? Because most of them I want something back, or I'm going to give them a gift. They're going to give me this. They're going to flip this. I want it back. That year, I just went like, I'm feeding you out of thankfulness. Just here, I'm sure you want a candy bar. So, but that's how I got that beautiful gift that was woven. I get back and I post that gift online and show people, hey, look what I got. Some lady from Texas sent me a picture. She goes, I get the same gifts out here to me. I go, well, what is that white straw it's wrapped in? She goes, that's sweetgrass, Ken. She goes, I have the same thing. Sweetgrass was carried in the Indians' medicine bags. And I was like, really? So that's but how can this beautiful gift like this, it doesn't look like it's been out in the forest, look so beautiful? And she just says, I have a lot of these. And she sent me a photo. I could almost match them. I was like, wow, these two look alike. So I was like, that is cool. So when I do go on and get stuff like that, I try to share it to get it debunked or to see if somebody else is getting things too.
When the drugs hit you, tingling begins. Conviction was tone equals hope under the threat of separation. The natives fluorescent, the shriek of a gull suspend in air, the sound of the sea. Anywhere, anywhere. When the drugs quit you, as loyal as a fruit fly, you mutter to yourself, you talentless spark. Good fucking luck, good fucking luck. A delicatessen, the shriek of a horn suspend in air, the sound of the town. Anywhere, anywhere. It quits you in situ. Here it begins. Quits you at a payphone in the snow. One night in Copenhagen. One night in Copenhagen. You know the natives fluorescent. The shriek of a gull suspend in air. The sound of the town. Anywhere, anywhere. Anywhere.
Well, that's amazing. So you have friends with a clan in at least 2 different states or maybe a couple of different locations in one state, right? How many different groups can you go to and expect to get interaction? How many different states and locations? You don't have to give me you don't have to give them just like as a count kind of a thing.
It would be Kentucky and Colorado. Now, Nebraska, I'm still, you know what? The first week I'm in Nebraska, I'm not even living here. Art a local guy takes me down to the Republican River, and I find a beautiful footprint right away. And Art's like, I'm just like, Art, that's just me. And it says, Kenny, what is it? It's just, and there it was. And we got pictures of this beautiful print. And it's like, everywhere I go, it seems like I have good luck. So in Colorado, in Kentucky, I have pretty good feel. Nebraska, like I said earlier, guys, I'm still trying to bring that here, trying to find out. And I just found out that this lady bought 130 acres not far from me, just right, hop and skip away. She thinks she might have some activities on her land, and it's a secret burial ground. So anyways, I'm trying to find out in Nebraska. I know my best luck has been in Kentucky and Colorado. I feel more attached. I'm trying to bring my attachment to here, and there's just something in there that's not letting. I mean, because Nebraska's so, you're in the flatlands of, where are they going to be at here? Well, they're here. They're in the Indian reservation for sure, on the wooded parts of Nebraska. And Nebraska has a lot of crevasses here, and I know it's got to be caves here. So I'm just, but I love Kentucky, the Daniel Boone State Park.
Yeah.
You go back 3 feet, that, and you're lost. It's like, just so Colorado, our forests are more sparse, and you have more sightings because they're open a little bit. They're not like Kentucky. Kentucky's so full, it's hard. But yeah,
I know that Teddy Roosevelt had a Sasquatch encounter, but didn't Daniel Boone have something too? I think there was something with Daniel Boone as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well,
but anyway, do you know anything about that or no?
Well, I know that Teddy wrote about it in his book. Yeah.
I know the Teddy one, but I thought there was something with Daniel Boone. Before we get into this dog man print, which I'm fascinated with, I wanted to ask you, because this is my experience. Do you think that they are leading you, maybe without you even knowing, to discoveries?
Yeah.
Because definitely they're doing that with me. I'm wondering, what do you think about that?
Yes, I do believe that. I believe that now that it's taken me to accept that they're using you through channeling, maybe through projection thinking, through things that's helping. You said, and when you talked about, has this helped me, guys? You talked to a man that's got 7 DUIs, a man that was headed to prison for drinking, a failure. A lot of years I did my Bigfooting, but I drank too, guys. I didn't go to jail. I changed my life. Just bettered me. The other day I'm just saying, I'm with the film guys, and I say to them, I'm sitting in here filming with you guys, and this would never have happened if I didn't change, if Bigfoot didn't help me change. I was headed down a road that was horrible. And am I better now? Oh yeah. This has tremendously affected me, but it's tremendously helped me.
That's wonderful. So what I'm talking about specifically, and you did say yes, but for instance, I'll be out on an excursion or whatever, and this is an example of what actually happened. And all of a sudden, for some reason, and I think it's thought placement, and you just get to know it over and over because it happens so often, you get to realize it for what it is. But I go off trail for no apparent reason that I'm aware of, and I find amazing stuff or whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. Do you feel that they are leading you to finding their stuff, or something that will, they want you to see?
You already said yes. You asked him twice.
Well, I'll tell you an example too, because I was driving one day and something said pull over. I don't know why I'm pulling over.
Okay, right.
I pull over, right? Open up my car door. What is right there? Just right there as I open up my door, a wallet. It's sitting there, a wallet there. And I'm thinking, what made me pull over and do that? And I'm not driving too long ago in Nebraska, and something says a deer's going to hit you. I go through the freaking red light, go down the road a little bit. A little deer jumped out of the ditch, came up and hit the passenger side of my truck. And I'm like, so I called Robin, and I said, Robin, I'm sick of this. All my life I've had these projected
precognition. Yeah.
Yes. And it goes from, oh my God, there's so many labels that you could have that they could put on this, but it's like a projection. I've seen things happening before it does. And sometimes it's just too much. Like with the deer, it was like too many crickets, man. Just thought about it. I mean, minute two later, the deer jumped out of the ditch and it hits me. I'm just thinking, but it happens when you said it. And growing up, and I learned that my grandmother had some type of connection. Now, grandma didn't talk about that much. Grandma raised me, but my cousin will talk to me about it because she's older. And she says, you know, Kenny, grandma was the same thing like you have. You two always had these premonitions, these projection. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So, you know, that's got something to do with, you know, the Sasquatch is not three linear time or whatever. These precognitions have something to do with that, you know, that, you know, time is not really like we think it is in the 3D reality. So
what do you know about that Dogman print?
I was in the Rocky Mountains hiking, and you said earlier what we're just talking about exactly. Sometimes you had that premonition of just to turn around, that voice that says, do this, just do that. You do that. And this particular day I did it on a trail. I said I would carry my camera up into a height below my chin, like ready. That particular day I had it there. I'm walking. Something says, Ken, you need to turn around. When I turn around, automatically I look up. And this thing is hanging into the trees, kind of like a lion would sit on the side of a cliff with his paws like on the cliff, just looking over at you. He's in the tree doing that, looking down at me. But I thought it was in a position where, well, I'm walking past it to where I have to turn my back. That voice said, turn. I didn't see it as I'm walking up. I saw it as I walked past it. I turned to see it. It was like all I had to do is pounce me. It didn't do that. It didn't do a back attack, I'm trying to say. Because when I was warned to turn, I might have deterred it because it was like in this little like looking at me. And I just said to myself, that's a dog, man, turn around and go. And that's all I did. And I didn't get my camera out and do a damn Bob Gimlin film and none of that. It was like, you need to go. And I said, that's a dog, man. And it's doing everything but drooling on me. And I'm like, just like, so I take that picture and I go back and I develop it and I go, my God, this thing was just sitting right there looking at me. Right down, you see these eyes. He's got kind of these pointed ears. He's got a snout that's long. And he's looking down. And I'm just thinking, my God, all these years out here, Kenny, you finally saw your dog, man. I think I did. I want to think I did. I know what I'm looking at, and it's not a bear up there. It's not a cougar. It's not your mountain lion. It's not a possum. It's not a raccoon. It's not a fish. It's a damn black bear looking thing. But a bear wouldn't. How did the bears? You know, I know they climb the trees. They get out on these limbs and they do that stuff. But this was not a bear. And the picture I took was one snap, turn around, exit stage left.
And that's definitely not a bear track.
Well, good. And this
I don't think it is. Anyway.
And well, I'm talking about the picture. Now, there's a picture. You haven't shown it yet. So I'm more emphasis on the picture that hasn't been shown yet. And I'm talking about.
Well, why don't you see if you can find it?
Will you, why don't you send it to me in chat and I'll just do it right now because you sent me about 100 pictures and I don't know which one you're talking about.
I did. And I know I sent you a bunch and.
So just send me that specific picture in my chat box on Facebook, and then I'll bring it up, and you guys can talk while I'm doing that. Can you do that?
I think I can.
I'm kind of looking at this Dogman print.
Yeah, go another one. Yeah, I'll get that
another
picture.
one.
I'll get that picture. Yeah, I sent you hundreds.
Yeah, videos don't work all that well in this format for some reason for me, or maybe I just know what.
I'll send the Dogman. I'll get it.
Send me the I don't want a video. I just want a picture.
I know, a picture. Okay, I will when I soon. I don't want to lose you guys. So
you should be fine. Did you want to keep this picture up for now, or can I shut it off for now?
He just said change this picture.
Yeah, get another one. Yeah, we'll come back to Doggy.
Okay, so I'm going to get the picture, then I'll bring it up for you guys. If you guys want to talk, while I'm doing that.
So on that Dogman, that was another one that was in the middle of the afternoon. So
a lot of people are afraid. A lot of people are afraid of Dogman, but I kind of like the idea of a Dogman. I've had them come to me in my dreams, and they were very friendly. So I think they're like any other creature out there. If you have a good heart and you're friendly to them, you'll probably get friendly back. But if you're prey or they're hungry or something, maybe you'll have a hard time.
I tell them about dogs when they ask me why do they tear dogs up. Well, when you got a dog running up on you, chomping on you, biting you, you're gonna protect yourself. They protect themselves. Maybe I've had instances where a girl was picking a flower in near Castle Rock, Colorado. She's on her family's land picking flowers. She's a little girl, and she's down on the ground picking a flower. She got a little bitty doggy. The doggy's looking up at something where the little girl looks up. Bigfoot's up there sucking the sap out of a tree branch that just had gotten cut because the tree riders were bumping their heads, so they went through, trimmed these branches. That's how high he was up there sucking his sap out and looking at this little dog and her. She said she said that she saw the feet and go, is there a man out here with big feet? But now she's older now. But she said as far as the dog, the Bigfoot didn't want nothing to do with that little dog, and it gave it a 3-look glance, like back and forth like that, and then just turned its shoulder and walked off. Didn't want nothing to do with the dog or the child. But if the dog's coming at you and it's ripping you, and Bigfoot's going to say, "Pup, you're gone." So
yeah, you sending me that picture?
Yeah. I've been yakking. I'm afraid I'm gonna. Let me see here if I can find it. See that picture. It's in an archives of 3,000. So
well, then you know what? Then
yeah.
Maybe we'll just don't worry about it. It'll just interrupt the flow of the show too much. So, is that your only experience with Dogman?
Yes, one time, and it was a gift of just wow. That's enough. To see it in that crouched position, not standing up with this wolf type looking shape or a Wendigo or that kind of stuff. I didn't see that it was in a position where it was comfortable. It was hot. It was in July. It was like I said, it was hot, and it was like everybody was just like cooling. And I think it was just up in them trees, just cooling off. But why would it be in a tree like that looking down at me? And why did I turn? Because when you're out there and you have that type of instincts to turn, and that little third intuition does that, what's the harm in not doing it? Yeah. So many a times when I would go, I'm gonna write my book. It's called 10 Steps More, because many a times if I didn't go that 10 more steps, I wouldn't have gotten what I've gotten. So I go to a point of no return sometimes and decide, do I want to turn around and come back? And then one time I got to points where like, God, Ken, if you just went 10 more feet, you would have gotten it. And I'm just saying,
something told you to turn, and then you saw the Dogman, right? You had that feeling to turn, and there he was.
Pull over. Some said pull over and get the wallet. Some deer's going to hit, and it's just everything. Everything adds up. It's little things you're driving down the road, and you think that you passed that sign before, and you go back and you go, "Are you guys messing with me? Did you guys send me back again?" Sometimes I get like you're talking to yourself. Like I go, I thought I would never do that, but I think sometimes, hey, I just passed that sign. Are you guys messing with me? So like I do feel like sometimes that they can play with you, and because they are friends with you now, we're family. They're like little kids, and they do stuff. If it's I think the juvenile. I've always had I was a Boy Scout leader. I was there for the kids. I always had an attraction to help the children and the elderly. I was a CNA, and I helped with compassion with the elderly and the sick. And I think that they connect with all that. They don't want this nasty, what would they have out there? And I do feel when you asked me earlier, yeah, they chose me now. I'm past this point of now I'm just collecting more, learning more and experiencing, and just I don't get as much now because I'm not in the Colorado Rockies. I'm not out, but what I've went through and stuff, I don't need a whole lot of I know what I've done in the past and what it's done for me. And then
let me ask you this then. Do they because I don't have to go out into the woods. Like they're connecting with me right now, like a few times on the show.
Learning that.
Are they doing that with you?
Yes, because the other day I was out, just before I came here from Colorado, we had a road to do. So my grader comes through, we grade the road. I come through and do the fine on it. And as I'm grading this road, guys, the road's graded and it's smooth. It's nice. I come back, there's a footprint there. I'm thinking, now, wait a minute, Pat. I listen to you a lot of times talk about how these things, it's just, are they messing with me? And then I come back, footprint's gone. Then I come back, and on the same road, there's an X in tree branches in the road. I'm like, you know, can they just pop in and mess with you and pop away? I know that in the Colorado High Rockies, I went through a vacant field once, one perfect footprint out in that field. What was next to that footprint? Like you would take your ski and poke it in the snow and lift it back up. It was like that mark in it and that footprint. And I thought, wow, is that portals or what could do that? And where did the footprints go? There's only one, but
yep, absolutely. I've experienced that.
Yeah.
That's a true thing.
Wow.
Well, that's kind of like a teaching, when they want to, they'll do something strange just to make you engage. What does it mean? Does that mean they're invisible? Does it mean they know I'm coming? Does that mean they know I'm going to be right there to see that? Is it a gift for me? It's like a teaching thing in a way.
Yeah, it keeps you more intrigued, more to go on, and to keep pursuing that drive you have for the experience. And it's like being the first man on the moon or something. You just drive to get more. It's just consumption. And then you get stuff like that, and that gives you building blocks, and you just go more. You just take that as a occurrence and move on. But boy, it's nice to have things happen all the time when you go and do things. Sometimes a lot of things don't happen out there. So you were talking about a lot of four-toes in that area. We talked about inbreeding and how, why is there 4 toes? And a lot of times up in that area, like the Dogman print, he's a 7 1/4 inch print here, and he does have his 4 toes. And a lot of times when I'm up there, see, there's another one, 4 toes. And look how big it is after, see, this is when it was small, the 4 toes. This is when it grew. This was 2016. Okay. I go with that divot in there, and there's a little spot right there that shows. Well, if I go to my big one, there's that spot. It's just bigger. And look how that distended toe right there is. It's in this one too. So it's just 3 years later of the same individual. So that's what that study was up in that area where I got all the alien activity. And then it's the Bigfoot study I did with this little guy to show that he's got 4 toes. He went from a 7 1/4 to this one. I don't remember how big he is there, but I find a lot of 3 toes up there in this area of where I had all that alien activity at. So
did you ever get scared up there? Did they ever do anything at all to rattle your cage?
Yeah, well, that time I talked about the big one, and it looked down into my tent and was doing that breathing like a horse, and he's sniffing. And I'm can't hear out of one ear. I'm deaf, and I was listening to a tape of a BFRO excursion, and I was trying to catch the PowerPoints capture where I could hear a noise, and I would mark that down so that when Dennis views the tape, he doesn't have to listen to the whole tape. He just goes through those sections of the tape. And when I took my headphone, he was in my window at that time. That scared me the most, as far as it's sniffing at me. And it was like this fan. It was just so much power. And what I had done is, all my water bottles that you drink and you hear that squishy, I put all the empties around my camp. So when I hear it run off, I hear that. So when I took the picture, I'm saying that night, and of that big thing breathing, he was so close to me, just right there. It ran off and it was hitting those water bottles. I just laugh about that because I could hear that. And that's my sound bombs. I use things out there that helps me, because I couldn't hear them that well that night. But that was a scary night up in the
So did you have a big tent, or was it like a pup tent?
Nope, it was a truck tent. So you set the tent up in the back of your truck, and the windows probably about above the, you're up there a little bit. So that thing was, that thing has been the thing. The Bigfoot has been recorded up there, and my buddy's got some recordings of it, but I don't know what he's doing with it. You know, these guys get these things and they act like they have the next Bob Gimlin thing. And it's like, to me, I'm like, it's all about, well, just share it. If I had a Bigfoot walking across with a pizza in his hand, I'd share it with you guys. It wouldn't be this, I'm going to get $1 gazillion. But I guess some of the researchers do. A bunch of my researchers in that area, we've got things that it's just not common. That the occurrences that happen up there is frequent, and it only happens to seem to be a few people that it happens to. Mostly it's me and Jason, or me and my buddy, that gets the happenings up there.
Give us an example of a happening that.
Well, like say, I went up one time and I pitched my tent, and I decided that I would move my tent and go down to the meat pit down the way. So I said, I left that area. That night, Jason gets what we call Elvis. Is one of these called Elvis, and it's got long hair and it flows down. It's a little one, and we call him Elvis. He showed up at my camp, and Jason's like, he's looking for you. But I'm down in the meat pit with his dad. That's the one that breathed at me. That's the one that in the window at me. If I would have stayed where I was at, I would have gotten the little guy. But I got the big one down in the meat pit. I'm just saying.
Well, so you're saying that there was like a connection. It was like,
yeah,
if you stayed up in the hill, you would have seen the little one, and you went down, you saw the big one. So while at the same time, your buddy's up there seeing the little one. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it happens. It seems
like a simultaneous sighting almost of two locations.
Well, I tell you one about that Glen Haven sighting. A guy calls me up. I go down there and do a Bigfoot investigation. He gets me in his Cushman. He drains me down this road, and as we're down on this road, he's trying to show me this valley. He thinks that they're coming down from the mountain. Well, as I'm down there, this guy on a motorcycle is looking up in the hills, you know, and we ask him, "Can we help you?" And he goes, "I got this on recording." I clicked my recorder on. He goes, "About an hour ago, there was a Bigfoot right there on that hill." And I thought, wait a minute. I even said this. It's in the movie. I said, "Did you guys trick me here? Because I'm doing a Bigfoot investigation. I'm down here. He's showing me where he thinks they're coming from. And you're just telling me you just saw one an hour ago." The guy's like, "Yeah, man, I'm not with this guy. I don't know this guy." It was like, I've never been on an investigation where I had just an hour fresh sighting of somebody who just saw one. And I'm down there doing an investigation with somebody who saw one, you know, prior to that. And I'm like, that's just amazing. To me, it was. And that just shows that this guy saw it an hour ago. I'm down here doing an investigation with this guy. Other guy, he saw it not too long ago. That area is so squatchy down in that area that's the area that the government kicked me out. Put up the, you know, this guy says, "You're out of here. We don't want you around here." The national park and Estes Park around here, we have 4 to 5 million people come through a little town every summer and go to a mountain called Trail Ridge Road, Rocky Mountain National Park, and the park department don't want a damn thing to do with a Bigfoot. They say to me that it will scare people off, and I say, you got 4 million coming through. I bet a few of them would like to know about what goes on around here. They don't want that around here. They think that if we get these Bigfoots under a class, we don't want them. They would put them under some type of protection. You wouldn't be able to log trees, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't be able to have people go in the forest, blah, 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 blah. They just gave me the big old why.
When I was a kid, I lived in, I think, California and Colorado and a few other places. And my dad actually took me to Estes Park, and we went hiking around up there. It's the only time I ever went hiking as a kid with my dad was in Estes Park.
Well, that's cool. At least you got a good memory of that. So
yeah, I just remember they had some really majestic pines for a kid. Like I lived in California, there wasn't the big pines there, and then I lived in Hawaii before that. So these were kind of like, you know, first time you ever see really big pine trees.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to bring the Bigfoot awareness to this area. And
that would have been in 1956. So if they might have been clear cut before that.
Wow, 56. So St. Milo was open then as a camp. So you never heard of St. Milo up here, huh?
Oh, I was 6 years old. What do you don't know? You
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
that's true. That's
I
you're
know
showing your age
I know the
now.
inside of the car, like looking at it. That's what I know.
You saw these mountains and thought, wow, they were
Yeah,
big.
because I've got a really nice kind of spiritual connection to Sasquatch, and so I look back in my childhood. I don't really have that any drive to I wasn't a camping kind of a guy or woods. Spent most of my from teenage years and earlier, like in Miami, Florida, and there's basically no woods there. There's swamp and heads out in the swamp, but it's not like any place else in the United States. You just don't go hunting out there, right? You have to have a swamp buggy. You have to be dressed to the eyeballs, and then the deer they have is like the size of a German Shepherd. I mean, it's not like a big trophy hunting stuff like that. And in the north part of Florida, it's a whole different deal. But down there, you got the glades. It's just swamp. So I never went out to the woods much.
Estes Park, the Rocky Mountains go over into Granby, and then got all those mountains back in there are pretty remote, and it's a different type of wilderness for sure, the Rocky Mountains compared to areas, and the game's a lot different. In Estes Park, I got a pet elk named Sammy. You'll see him on my website, and I've had that elk come around for about 15 years now, and it's so docile, and it's big. It's got 7 points this year on one side, 6 on the other. But our animals up there, they're huge. I mean, you don't have a little deer like you're talking about. Nebraska, same way here, very small animal, deer here. So, it's pretty area. The floods, the big flood that happened in 76, I took out a lot of areas, but we had a time up here in 2013 where we had a flood and a fire, and it was drawing things out of the forest, and I was getting reports, a lot of reports. I got a report from a preacher once, and the kid wanted to talk to me, so I go over and I'm talking to the kid, and he told me that he was looking out his bedroom window and he saw this thing crouched down. He says when it lifted up, it turned around and it was eating a rabbit like a donut. And I thought, wow, how cool is that? Little kid telling me that. And
that's a cool story.
Yeah. And I had a sighting exactly from them. 1 mile is where I had my sighting. 1 mile from them, same side of the mountain, just a mile up the road. And I'm thinking, wow. And it was about the time of all this was happening. And I think the fires in the wilderness was bringing them. They're going to get the hell out of the wilderness. They're not going to fight a fire. I don't care if you're a Bigfoot, an alien, or a whatever. You're not going to be in a damn fire like that. So it was just jostling this town. And I was getting reports of them walking in town, walking over the bridge over at the park. And I'm like, oh, come on. I mean, 2 of them hand in hand walking over the bridge. I'm like, oh my God, here comes the reports. Now, my phone number's open. Anybody can call me, and I get a lot of fictitious stuff. But
I liked what you were talking about earlier about how your life changed, because that was like a big deal in the UFO contact experience. Is how people's lives changed. Let me see if I can go through the list and you can say, did you? How did your relationship to nature change?
I think it's connected. I've always had a connection with animals, and I think that it's better. Like I used to be a big hunter before 12 years of age, probably in Nebraska, killed everything, pheasants, quail,
There's a lot of stories of people who get connected to Sasquatch and they just stop hunting. That's interesting.
No more. I don't want to hurt nothing no more.
Okay, the other thing is your relationship to people. And I heard you said you did like a hospice kind of a thing with the older people.
I was a certified nurse aide, and I met my wife She was my charge nurse. We've been married now 25 years. And that's how I met her, was in the health field of, I wanted to help people. I wanted to be a certified nurse aide, and that's what I became.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that's part carried on later on when your attachment to you shows. So when you go out and you do things, it kind of shows that attachment to me for people to help. Always been there. I'm always
So
the
the-
first
that
one.
that
Yeah.
so that you already touched about this, but the love of nature, just to be out in the woods and just to feel love in the nature, that's pretty
Well, when you're born,
often reported, which is
when
like a
you're born
different level
watching,
than people who go out hiking or people go out hunting. It's just to be out there and your heart is touched.
well, then you see all these pictures of how these, they killed these animals. It's got one little buck and it's but they're so happy that the kid killed it. It's like, there's a lot more to killing it now. Did you take care of it? You rest its soul, or you just want a picture on your phone that shows you got some animal. I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but the kill is to complete the kill and everything with the kill. I mean, from the dressing.
So there's a
to
whole
the
spiritual engagement, a
but
spiritual
yes, I think.
responsibility.
But then again, you can step on a piss ant and not care about it. I'm just saying. So
Yeah.
our creatures, but
Yeah, but on the
yeah.
other hand, you might see a caterpillar that's, shouldn't be on the road, and you take him off the roads,
I had a
So-
friend's a very famous climber, Jeff Dunn, and he climbed all these Wyoming, all those mountains. And one time he came in the theater, and there was he came to my gas station, and there was an ant on his shoulder. And this guy's famous, and I went to go like that. He freaked. Don't do that. I'll take it back, put it on a tree. But that always stuck with me. I thought it's a freaking ant. But that guy didn't want me to kill it. But he's a famous rock climber. He's in magazines. He's trekked ways that people followed behind him. It was for him doing that first climbs. People behind him would never get there because it took him to make what he's done in the Wyoming area of the whatever I can't get into him right now, but he would.
Okay, and there's another theme.
Yeah,
there's another theme that I've noticed in both the ET people, contact people, and the Sasquatch people, and that is their a level or quality of their engagement with God, with nature, that the people who have like a strong spiritual God connection kind of a thing, like you were talking about Barry Webster, where and he's had 300 sightings with his team.
Yep.
And basically all he does is he goes out and does prayers for them. And there's other people that we've interviewed who have a strong spiritual prayer, like a strong prayer game,
Yep.
So did you have any experience along those lines?
Yes.
Well,
your
faith and
when I go out with my intent of asking that, would you please share, and then thanking when I leave. So I'm always with a no malice. I'm not there to, my intentions are always wanted to them to show that they can trust me. That's why when that habitual thing went on, I got my first sighting. I wanted them to build my trust. I used to carry my dog like a baby, so they'd see that and see that they must do it too. How they carry their ones to see that, hey, this thing that comes every day and bothers us for 6 hours a day for 7 days a week. One day we're going to let our guard down, let him in. And they let me in. What I feel like my first sighting was they let me have it. I earned it to enough to where they were comfortable. They gave it to me. I was a lucky one. Then I go back and get a second one like I did. And then, I've seen them. The one in Glen Haven was my third sighting, and it happened by the BFRO going down there and saying to me one day that one night just before dark that they were getting this activity. They turned dark and they got one on thermo, but they were girls and they freaked out and left. They called me. So I go down there. I want to talk about my third sighting. And I go down there. I go, well, I'll go down there. Why'd you guys leave? And they go, well, we're not staying down there. So I went down there, And I got down there, guys, and there was one tree that was shaking real bad when I pulled up, and I'm looking, and when I heard it, when I opened my door, it jumped down and hit the ground, and it started running. You guys should have seen me. I shut my door, I got my camera, and I'm just booking, and this thing is running up on the hill, and it's the one that's its hair. This one had some hair that was flowing back a little bit, but it's running, and I'm running sideways with it, guys. And I get to a clearing, I get my camera and turn and take one picture, and it's in the pictures I sent. But you see its hair, it looks like it's just like that, and it's running.
Oh, your mic just went out. Ken, your mic went off. Ken. Ken, your mic went off. Kenneth, yeah, your mic went off.
Third sighting, and see, how do I get 3 sightings? And most people can't even get a picture. And it's like, because I think I've earned all these years of getting the trust and getting them and have a connection. I'm not saying that I can just like a lottery and go get a lottery ticket and win the lottery. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it took a lot of trust and for them the connections and
you're a pretty humble guy too. I think that plays a part.
Well,
you're not all out there arrogant and playing big shot.
Well, because I see too many of that, and I hired guys to come speak. Not saying bad about my speakers, but I hire the ones that come in and speak to you guys about their books and their 10 things, their T-shirts and their stickers you want to buy from them. That's fine. That's all part of our. But I go a little different at it. I'm a little more of the unorthodox, somewhat. It's when you grew up with Les Stroud watching The Survivor Man and watching that kind of how he presented things in a different way than Bear Grylls and all these survival guys out there. I looked at John Bigernagger and all Paul Freeman and all those guys who were doing this before me. And when John Bigernagger said one time, you could have a Bigfoot, how you talked, you could have a Bigfoot and you could bring it to the scientists' noses and rub it into their noses and they still wouldn't believe you. And I just went, God, that always stuck with me, John. And so those old pioneers and those old guys, I've been so lucky to have these, to meet a few and have a few speak at my conferences and stuff. And but my way of Bigfooting was not on that computer, and it was out in the fields doing it and getting it and castings and I started out, guys, in my days with a little pocket camera, those Polaroids, little pocket square cameras. That's my first camera, was that little pocket camera, because I thought it was light. I didn't have to carry a bunch of stuff with me. And now it's gone so much further than a little pocket camera. But
you've had like a rich life of Sasquatch life. I'm really glad to have you on. I listened to you, like I said, one of the other shows, and that you were a guest on. I thought, man, this guy, you've got a heart connection there for sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell anybody about any websites or YouTube channels or anything like that?
Well, my Facebook channel is called Bigfoot Loose USA, and it's Bigfoot with LOOSE, Bigfoot Loose USA /Facebook. So I have a lot of videos in there of around Estes Park.
So that's Facebook. Facebook.
Yeah, it's on Facebook. Bigfoot Loose.
That's a group?
Nope, it's just a Bigfoot page I put up years ago showing my stuff in Estes Park and pictures. And when I talked about earlier about the trackways, I love trackways. I love the snow. Last year on a job site, I got a trackway of about 6 good prints in the snow, and it shows his toe sticking up, and it shows it in all the prints. So it wasn't like the print was made and then something hopped in it and made that deformity. It was in the print, the foot. So I love trackways here. I love the snow carpet. One time I found one. It looked like the Bigfoot had urinated from over here over to there. And I think, how in the hell did he reach it over to there? And it's in the snow and you're looking at it. And if you look at the prints, it walked in and walked out. How it walked in. Now, who out there walks? I guess you can, but it walked into the print going there and then it walked back out as it stepped back out. And I'm like, wow, it stepped back out in the same print. And it left this urine thing. But I love the Colorado for the blankets of snow we have here. And they say it's so hard to find a trackway more than 3 prints. I've found them plenty of times in the mud and in the snow. And my definition of how some of these are so damn inline is just unreal. It's like a tightrope.
And we can't walk like that. It's hard. No. You can, but it's hard.
You got to swing that hip.
You have to practice at it, you know.
I'm going to send some videos of this one that's beautiful, this 5.5-inch print. And it's right here. I've got them. Where are you at? Oh, here. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this little bitty print, and it's right here, and it's right in the middle there. So, wow. In a human, that would be a size 5 right there. That would be their human. So, if I draw a line on the floor when I have the conventions, and I ask the mom when she's strolling her 5-year-old up on and the 5-year-old's got the phone in its hand, and I asked, well, can they put that phone down long enough to walk on this line and show me if they can walk in line? I haven't had one human yet walk the way I found. What I'm showing is a human shoe. That's the size that this little guy would be, and how it was walking. A human didn't walk that way. I'm trying to show that that they won't walk like us. They're walking different. It's an inline stride.
I totally believe you. That's amazing.
I even got these little ones this small. And you think, well, it's a duck print. No, it's a little bitty guy. He is so darn small. It's you can almost about the size of a big lighter. So up in this area I go to, I cast a lot. Here's one that's really huge. We can say it's human, but look how big it is.
That looks real human. That's like off of any beach, USA.
Look at those toes. It's just.
I know it looks like a European.
His toes going to show that he wore shoes, and that's what I hear. But that's okay. My dogs are barking. My footprints I got a lot in museums up in Bailey, Colorado, and I have a few in Harriet's museum.
Well, it's like coming up on 3 hours here. It's 2 hours and 45 minutes. I just wondered how much more you want to share.
Ollie, come here. Well, like I say, I'll try not like you send pictures of me with Cliff and Bobo and all them. I should have sent you. I got to send you more pictures of footprints. I got a vast collection of footprint casts and pictures, and
I got some of them ready to go if you want.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah. Get my dog to quiet down. Come here, honey. Okay, you done good. All right.
Okay.
See, there you go. The same area, guys. And when I'm doing these mud findings of these prints, I look for the most, kind of different. I know that there's humans in there, but that's just a print that I found along that reservoir that I go to.
That's not a human print. No question about it. Do you want to move on? Tell me when you want to move on.
Sure. You zip and I'll zap. That's of course me and Les, and I realized Les was that small, but the interesting guy, and it was good to meet him. And that's the Mile High Mystery Conference with Dave Pilatus, and that's just me and Les. And Les worked with Todd Stanling a lot on that Canadian side of the Bigfooting. We know that, and whatever they've done in the past is what they've done. I don't I'm not here to. I just know that I wanted to meet the guy. He's always been a kind of person that showed me a little bit. In them days, he was the guy to watch. So
okay.
And it wasn't necessarily about Bigfooting. Just this is the area that in Glen Haven I talked about with some of the markings there, and it's just a marking that's in that area that I talked about in Colorado near Estes Park that I saw my third Bigfoot in.
What do you have any meaning for that X? What's your meaning for it, or do you have one?
They say I'm not the expert, that I could be a sign of don't come this way, of I'm marking you away from here. So yeah. It's a stopping point, I guess. It's a don't come beyond this. It's like when the Indians put up their markers that they had on their lands, that when other tribes knew that that was their land by that marking. So maybe it's a territorial thing. I don't know.
All right.
Okay, now that's in Glen Haven. You're hitting real good here. Now I got a phone call from Leah, the one that said to me that she casted her footprint in flour, not the one that brought me out of my Bigfooting. Well, she called me one day, and this is the third area where we saw this Bigfoot. And she called me one day and said it stepped into the sand trap, or into the anthill. Now, how many times do you see that they do that? They have this whole area around them, but they step right in the sand. And then that's my foot. The footprint to the upper left is his. Mine's down at the bottom there. And that top area up top there to the left there, it looks like that's where he was scooping into the sand pile or into the ant pile with his hand.
Yeah.
But he left one footprint. I stuck my foot in there to show you a comparison. But
I don't know. I must have crazy pareidolia or something, because I almost see a face right there.
Wow. See, there you go.
But then I see faces and rocks and trees and all the time and whatever. But doesn't that almost look like a face?
Yeah, it looks like he went in there.
Two eyes, a nose, and a little mouth. It almost looks like maybe he's trying to draw a Sasquatch or something. I mean, I don't know.
Wow. See, pareidolia, there you go.
Well, sometimes it's not, and sometimes it is.
That's right. Okay, this is that print that I was talking about, that in the snow, that this thing was 10 feet apart. And I thought it was a jackrabbit, but look at the big that is. What the hell did that? It's like, and you see, and it jumps, and you see from the beginning down here, and then it jumps there and it jumps. That was like 4 or 5 of those markings was in that line. And I'm thinking, what the hell was that? The Energizer Bunny, the size of King Kong jumping through here? But what did that? I just don't know. So it's not a Jeep getting, it's, like you think of, it's, there's no wheel marks. It's a 10. I measured the space in between each one. There were 10 feet apart. So I don't know.
Yeah. That's
more mystery. This is me and Dennis Poles. This is the one who, from the Erickson project, that did that 5-year study with the Erickson project with Melba Ketchum, and all those guys did that in Kentucky, and got the Bigfoot's name was Matilda, and that's the guy that rounded me off, not to be so rough and be so approach it in another way, the way they saw potential in me, but I was rough, and they wanted to bring. He showed me a side that, wow, you spent 5 years of your life on a project to prove the DNA on these things, and that project got squashed because the DNA was contaminated, in the words of whoever done the DNA testing. But that affected this man. He didn't quit. He came back out. He's a very good man, and what he's done on the Erickson project meant a lot to me. So that's the picture of me and Dennis.
Can you clarify what do you think they meant, or what they meant when they said you have potential, but you were a little rough? What were they meaning by that?
Is that, not behind every tree, not every pile of sticks is a Bigfoot, not every rock pile is made by Bigfoot, not quit being so a Bigfoot's everywhere type of thing. It was he showed me that be scientific, journal more, be more. I just wasn't good at it. I was sloppy, and I had to have the profession to look at these guys and do what they did. And I learned off of that. So I was privileged to have that, to have a teacher, like you said earlier, to teach us. That's all.
Okay. That's a nice print.
Yeah, it is. And it's a print that got stolen from me. And it's one of my best prints of that flexation in the middle. And I got it right here on I was lucky enough that I molded them, and I got it right here. And that the way the middle right there is, it's just, I got it. I know that you can't see it, but I do have I can make casts of that. But somebody stole the original, but that's one of my ones with that flex in there. I was like, man, is that mid-tarsal flex that they talk about? So I mean, that was just a beautiful one. So
really nice, yeah.
Here it is, guys. I have a trail cam set up, and I said I only got one dog man. Well, I lied. This is from a trail cam. If you look at that gorilla face dog man, and if you look at it, there's two of them. Go up to the top and kind of look. You're going to see something else.
I'm gonna move my pointer. Tell me where to go.
Okay.
Here.
So go down right there. Right there. Right there is, look at that crown, that sagittal, how pitched that, and then right there where you got your cursor is the eyes right there. It's like a gorilla face, that head right there. But now take that cursor and go about 2 o'clock. So go right there. Now down a little. Right there's the next one. He's in there, I think. Looking, that's his, about where you got the cursor is his eye, and he's looking that way. Away, and that's what I think. There's two of them in there, maybe not. Could be that paradol thing, but why would the trail cam take it like that? It had the trigger, so something went. And I don't put them up to where there's leaves around, branches blowing, where it triggers the machine. I have a clear view, and when the machine takes the picture, it's not because it could be something flew by, but that to me was the only trail cam picture in that area. All these pictures you're bringing up is the Glen Haven area. You did very well on showing in one area. Look at all this. But that was off the trail cam. That's off the trail cam. I see two creatures there. I see that. But you know what I see, most won't see. And I don't know.
What triggers a trail cam exactly? So you see it just can't be like wind and leaves rustling or something, right? Or can it?
Yeah. If a branch is blowing over next to the view and it blows in front of that finder, it clicks the picture. You don't want that. So this is a clear area. So whatever triggered that picture had to come, either it shaking one of those branches in front of it, or him, or whatever it was. I mean, that's just a picture that if it's blown, if it's cropped a little more, you see a little more features in there. But then again, like you say, that paradol out there, it's tricky, and it could be just.
How high would you say that is off the ground?
My camera was sitting above this area on a tree, looking over the valley a little bit. So it's higher up, and that's lower. So it's down low, down probably about within 50 feet, I would think.
So there's no way to gauge how tall, or if this is an individual,
right,
or what,
right.
No way to gauge
because see, later on, when you get these pictures, you throw your SD cards in somewhere. You don't look at things sometimes. I have so much stuff that I had to come back and look at this. I went, whoa, that's interesting. When we come back and we look at things and start analyzing, and we find, but I know exactly the area and where it was. And that's just, you can see that black obscuro there. You see something there, but
okay,
like you say, whoever getting
special officer, is that you?
Yeah. You know what? I worked for the Broadmoor. I had special security clearance in Broadmoor, and when President Reagan came through, I was and I did a movie called The Case of the Sinister Ghost with Raymond Burr back in them days.
You did a movie with Raymond Burr?
Just a little bitty spot. I didn't have any of these lines or nothing. I was just like a stand you see my back a little bit, but still, I was able to have clearance to the, I had special clearance. I was a special security officer.
Perry Mason.
There you go.
He was
Ironside.
born in New Westminster, British Columbia, where I'm from.
Ah, okay.
Hey, can you, Deborah Klein ask you about an email address? You can either put it in the comments when you go on the Pork and Bean Show, or you could just tell us now your email address.
Pretty simple. It's Bronco, like the Denver Broncos, but Bronco, BRONCO, Bronco Kenny, with 3 N's. So you got to go KENNY, Bronco Kenny at goodoldAOL.com. And this is Cliff, of course. And Cliff came to our Nebraska event. And Cliff is going to be in my Estes Park event in April. And he'll be there with Huckleberry and Wild Bill from the Mountain Guys. And that's an event that I started in Estes Park after, like I said, when I first walked there wasn't even a T-shirt there. Now you can't walk down the town without a Bigfoot memorabilia somewhere. And an event that this town started for me was called Bigfoot Days. And this is Cliff actually talking at our event in Nebraska with Harriet. And Cliff's a good guy. We keep in contact. I know Bobo. I had Bobo up here. I've had Jeff and I've had Cliff. And they pretty much all stay together. And like you said, Jeff educates a lot. And Cliff's very good on footprints and his trackways too. So me and him's got that some type of connection there through our tracks. And I like that. And he's very pleasant with me. And so is his wife, Melissa. And that's the print that I just showed you guys that I found. It's 5.5 inches and it was in an inline stride. So beautiful. And next to that was a bigger one of about 8 inches. She's walking the same type of stride. And I followed the tracks, and where they go? Around the reservoir and right into the woods.
Nice.
So I want to feel that there was 2 of them that day. These were just prints at random that I just casted and put in. Now that one to the right, that whiter one, I like that one. It looks like Patty's print. If I get it, I'll have it right here. But if you take it and compare it to Patty's print, damn near looks the same. If I take this and put it up to Patty's, I have it right here in my hand. I got that print in 2018. But I like how the toes, it's not in that rainbow. It's more of that, it's a difference. It's not the rainbow style.
Do you have a Patty print, a replica or anything?
I do.
You want to put them side by side and have a look?
Yeah, let me go grab it.
Such a good guess. It was good to us. You did good getting Kenny on, man. This is he's just got a whole world of experiences here.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's your this is signed by Bob and Cliff. Of course, I've sent Bob a Christmas, or I sent him a Christmas gift one year, and I made a replica of a doll for Bob. But this is the Patty print here.
Life size? Life size, right?
I got it right here. So
yeah, no, I see, but it's life size, the print, obviously. It's a replica, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah, they are very similar, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
extremely similar.
Yeah. So when they talk to me about this stuff, I just bring up the visuals and go, well, look. And it kind of looks the same to me.
It looks very much alike, yeah. Incredibly so. And there you are with the man himself.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, before Russell went on to the show, and we were kind of just friends here and there, and I used to say to Russell, man, you used to come to events, you would never talk. He was always like the Bob's watchdog, but he got Russell got Bob out and got him the share, and Bob went through hell, and I was just so glad to meet him. He's one of my, I had to meet him. And, so we do correspond, and I made a replica doll for him and sent it to him, and the grin on his face, that smile, it was just paid off. But it was good to meet Bob, and he's got a lot of ridicule. You talked about earlier when I went through ridicule, this man, shoot, I'm nothing. Look what he went through. Look what Ron Moorhead went through with the Sierra sounds. Look at what these guys go through to show people things, and then they just get that. This poor guy here, the way they treated him at a conference that year, and I'm not going to get into the conference, but they didn't. It was a bad experience for him, and so we invited him to our conference. We didn't think he would come.
Why was it? Sorry, why was it bad? Because they were ridiculing
because
him?
They didn't pay him. It was something in a conference that happened to him. I think it was in Ohio. I don't remember. Something bad happened where he was supposed to speak and they cut him off and didn't let him speak. Yeah, it was a bad.
Like this is like the guy. That film started the entire resurgence of putting Sasquatch into people's consciousness. They cut that guy off.
Yeah, they did. It was
what the heck?
And people out there know what I'm talking about, and you can share more than me on the facts of that. But we got him after that. We got him after that, and got him up on the stage and just treated him like the king that he is. And like you said,
well, without naming names, because we don't want to. we already slagged Rickles. What's his name? Rickles.
Richter.
Yeah, I mean, and he deserves it. But without naming names, why would they cut him off? I mean,
don't know. He was getting
doesn't make
ready
any sense.
Nope. And they didn't even pay him. And so when he came to us, we put $1,000 in his hands to make sure I'd have gave him $1 million if I could have, but we took care of the old boy, and he came, and we bonded, and it was what he went through, he shouldn't have, and that's just how we are in this world. David Plotty said it best one time: Bigfoot people are the worst ones, Kenny, and treating each other. And I'm like, yep, well, look what they did to Bob. But Bob's Russell's got him out, and Russell's on a TV show now. So I think that he's blossomed, Russell has, and he's got that show now. I mean, he got Bob to come out, guys, and heck, I was pretty good for me. So,
wow, that's unbelievable. I've met the man twice, and like you can tell when a person's sincere or whatever, and he's a sincere, genuine person. So I can't believe that anybody would have him at a conference and not want him to talk. That is mind-boggling to me. But
I'll get you more on that and stuff like N.K. Davis, right?
I've heard the name, yeah.
Well, people like that I flew a drone with N.K. not too long ago, and I don't try to pick sides with these guys. I'm trying to be the one that's with all you guys, because you guys all mean something, but we all have this damn power thing, and everybody's got to be better than the next or something like that. And I just try to just rub elbows with who I can and be fortunate about it to say that someday, that's, I got to spend some time. Like right now, we don't ever give back to some of these researchers. And like say, for instance, I'll talk about Melba real quick. She went through a big storm. I don't know if you know who Melba is, but she went through a big storm. Yeah, she went through a big storm, and her house is in disarray. And I'm just going to go down and help her so she can get out of that house and get better. But she's been through so much hell. But she's taught me so much about the Bigfoot on the DNA side of it, on how the Nephilim, that part of the Bible, on that part. She's just intrigued me on educating me more. So that's what Dennis did for me. So that's what Melba, but I also have a heart to go help these people, and I can do good carpentry work. And I'm just saying, we meet these people, but it goes far beyond sometimes just meeting them. We become friends and you become attached, and it's hard.
Yeah.
That
next picture.
Yeah.
I got people dinging me. Can you guys hear that? Every show they get, you hear that ding?
Oh, that's good though. We like dings.
Well, is that your phone?
No, people messaging me and it's ding.
Good.
Turn off the notices. I think you'd have a hard time doing it, but you can figure out a way to do that.
Good old Bob there. So that's a print that actually, when we do our backwoods adventure weekend, guys, that is a fictitious print that I put in the ground to cast, just to show a casting demonstration. See, so in this, I'm going to say if it's a fictitious or not. That print I made just has a display to do a casting demonstration of what I do out in the woods and how I cast. And I'll cast before. I'll spray it with hairspray, or I'll spray it with a paint can if I have it, just to intact the dirt. And then I'll pour my mixture. I use plaster of Paris. And I know that the hydrocal is the best to use, but I'm the poor man's cast, and I use a plaster of Paris. And that was just a demonstration I did on that.
Yeah. That's that alien, right?
Alien, guys. And I told you when he took the valve stems off my truck, this is the picture on the trail cam that took it that day. Now, it says all these times and stuff, and I'm thinking, well, what time was it? And the date and blah, blah, blah. But that was the second picture of the second weekend of the third 3-weekend adventure I had after I saw my blue orb. That
is this the guy who took your valve stems off?
Valve stems. So I see bluish in the back there. Something looks like it's got eyes. I don't know what the hell that is, but I kind of see a neck. And I look down, I kind of see the shoulders. I see either it's the front of him or it's the back of him. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
see that.
That's it.
And this was taken with a game cam?
Why if somebody was trying to say that's a human, why would a human sneak up on you in the middle of the night camping and steal your valve stems?
And the area is so damn remote.
With no shirt on. What was the temperature?
It takes 6 hours to get there. I don't know.
What was the temperature that night? Was it hot or cold?
Well, it would be like at nights it would cool down, but it would be in hot, a little bit of a hot season. Yeah.
Okay.
Winding down towards autumn. Yeah.
Well, then theoretically, I suppose
that's just very strange. No matter what it is, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pretty interesting picture for sure.
So that's the first sighting of the red one. If you crop it in, you'll see his head. Yeah, there you go. Here? There you go. Now you see his head way up top there. So take your cursor about 12.
Well, I kind of see a whole head here, isn't it?
Right. Isn't that weird? I know. I thought at the beginning then, but go up about 12 o'clock on that curve. There, right there. Now go over just a smidget. You see his eyeball right there. Just from that 12, you see like that protruding head, his eyebrows, that cranium, that cranium there. Okay. It's right, and then you see a fist. He's swinging that arm up, and that blob right where that little swish is. You see like that in that light right there. Yeah, that's his fist. If you go over more to a little bit more, right in there, it's like his arm, and that fist is coming up.
It's funny how we all see things differently. Like I didn't even see this.
Right.
I don't even know if I actually even see anything, but like we all see things differently. But I thought I saw like a face or something, like a whole head there. But okay, That's interesting.
Okay, guys, that's the implant. That's the BB I talked about. I told you I did a body cast up there. I casted from that BB around his hip down to that leg. I casted. That's me going to the doctor and getting an x-ray. He says, you got something there. It moves. It's 3/4 of an inch. It's not attached to nothing. I'm going to put this BB next to it to give you a comparison.
Is that on the inside of an elbow or is that on the outside of the elbow?
Well, that's not his. That's me. It's not in the elbow. It's not in the elbow. It's down there where I casted that. Remember I said I casted that body cast? I know it's okay. This is me. It's down there, my privates. It's on my hip. It's in the front right there. It's right where I casted that body cast. The same damn thing. I get this. But you see the arrows pointing to that cylinder-looking shape. He says it's metallic.
How do you feel about it? Are you happy with it in there?
No, I think that medically, I need to know that Jason's I thought would be a bone spur, and it was. Mine's not any bone spur. So either I got a medical condition or I got something going on that I can't explain.
Well, you wouldn't have something metallic in there. That's not a medical condition. What I'm asking is, do you feel that it's for your benefit or detriment to have that in there?
I'm afraid that I don't want to take it out because I think it's a benefit.
Yeah.
I think I might lose something. Maybe it's there for, and if I take it, I don't have it now.
Well,
did you have any scoop marks on your body? You know what a scoop mark is? It looks like a little tiny indent, like somebody scooped some skin out of your skin. You ever notice any of those?
I'll be darned. No. But yeah, that's the X-ray from me.
Neil Bowman asked that, and who else? Deborah Klein says, I got a BB mark. BB.
No, I don't have any divots.
Nostril.
No, but don't have any divots like that.
Well, have you had any negative experiences or whatever? Because, if not, this probably tells me that it's probably something benevolent and something that's for your own good. Have you had a lot of negative experiences surrounding Sasquatch or extraterrestrials or anything like that?
No, I haven't seen any increases in depths. Haven't seen any increases in anything that's not regular in my life. It's just the same course it's always ran. Nothing's deterred it. No.
Yeah, and you're moving along your journey and learning and learning and learning. And
Neil Bauman says, I have one in the same spot. How cool is that?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, guys. And
you put it out there and you get feedback.
Yeah. And I've never shared with anybody. You're probably the only show besides the film that I shared this with. And I don't think the film wants to put this on because most people, this is pretty deep. And I don't know how I feel about it is I kind of want it to know what it is. So
the film doesn't want to put it in because it's too far out there or something?
Yeah.
That's the thing I don't agree with. Like I don't agree with that,
I don't either. I think share it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like watering down the story. Like
Neil says I've had interactions with the blue orbs 6 times. So how about that? He's had interactions with the blue orbs like you have.
Well, Ron Moorhead talks about it in his Sierra Sounds, and I never knew that until somebody told me. And I went back and listened. I go, he does talk about a blue orb. I never knew that. Up there,
Deborah Klein says, I think that we should have Deborah Klein says, I think we should have you back on a second show, which I think that would be a good idea if you wanted to come back again.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. They're not. So okay, that's no problem. Now, guys, that's my first sighting I'm talking about. And if you cropped in a little bit, he had a white patch over his forehead. If you go that patch in that black spot there, but he's got his nose sitting right down in that crack there. And it's hard from here. It looks like a black blob, but if you crop it in a little bit,
but it's
but
it doesn't look like it wants you to do that.
Sighting. That's the one I was looking at. That's the one that I ended up in my truck, sitting there thinking, how the hell I get in my truck and what did this thing do to me? That's my first sighting right there. It took a lot of years, and that's the sighting it's blew my mind out. It did a sizzling, a mind effect, a blasting, I don't know. It just put me in somewhere, but and then I hear my family members say to me, well, you're this big Bigfoot guy and you out there and you see him and you ran from it. I know. And that hurt. And I thought, you don't even know what you're talking about. Well, it was right there. I just that's the kind of chastity I was talking about earlier, how even family members say, geez, if it's just, you just think it's different when you're there and you're seeing it like that. But that's the first guy that started it for me as far as getting my first visual of one in the daytime. That's that back to the what we were talking about earlier of that could be that dog man in this one. That's just another picture of it
Okay.
for there.
Trackway.
See, that's the first trackway in Estes Park that I called Dennis up on in 2012. It was on a ranch called the Elkhorn Ranch. And it's the oldest ranch in Estes Park. Excuse me. And that was the first trackway that I thought that was good enough for me to bother the BFRO about, because they get so many calls. But if it's something like this, more than 3 tracks in a row like that, they will come up and look.
What are these little? Sorry, go ahead.
That was just on a local ranch.
What are these little circle things here? Little animal tracks or what? See these?
Yeah. Yep.
Like a little raccoon or something like rodent or something.
Raccoon, rabbits. There's turkeys. There's that roam that mountain. Yeah, the picture from here, it's small and I can't see, but I probably animal tracks. Yeah,
but it's kind of nice that they have them there, because it shows you how much bigger the act. Like look how big the print is in relation to these. Pretty cool.
Right, that's what I was talking about earlier. So that's my biggest track I found on that ranch. It's in a museum right now. It was found on a hill. Now, they want the before print, guys, picture. Back in them days, I didn't worry about befores and afters, but now everybody's so technical. I try to do that more better. But this print, I even went down to the ranch hands and said, are you guys screwing with me up on that mountain? Because I just found this print, the biggest I've ever found. And I want to know, because it looked like it's cut out by a cookie. It's beautiful, but that is the biggest print I've ever found. And
it's a really narrow foot, isn't it?
And I think it was around 19 inches, but the surface that it was on, guys, Colorado's very hard. It was a flat, hard horse trail, and it was just packed so hard. There was no residual in it. So when I casted it, it came out flat with no type of mid-tarsal flex in it. And I was told by Ron Moorhead, it ain't always about having the perfect print, Ken. You see a lot in prints that doesn't have the toes. And you can see that this print here. And I'm like, yeah. But people always, what's the before picture? And I'm like, oh my God. Anyways, it was on a ranch on the Elkhorn. You just pulled up that's great what you're doing. That's off of the Elkhorn Ranch in Estes Park around 2012.
Awesome.
Yep.
Is it the same trackway?
That's more of that first trackway we talked about. Yep.
Oh.
that's me doing the big advertising for the Alien Contact, or this might have been Ron's movie, Bigfoot Alien Connection.
That's you in the costume?
That's me. And I run around Estes Park, guys, doing this, my costumes. I'm the only, who else in the United States can walk around a little town like me in a Bigfoot outfit and the town accepts it? Because I did the Bigfoot days. I'm the Bigfoot guy there. I'm the one who roamed those mountains for 15 years around there getting this stuff that we're seeing today. And these guys appreciate that. And they gave me an event called Bigfoot Days. I'm just there promoting Ron's movie, Ron Myers and Alan Meekargle's movie, Alien. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have a little balance, get criticized and crapped on by a bunch of people and then be appreciated by others. So it gives,
it took a lot for the town to open up and say,
this is nothing new. The UFO community has been eating each other alive for the last 70 years. Yeah, so, it's the same kind of thing with them. They you don't know this, you don't know that, and you're a hoaxer and all that kind of stuff. I don't believe you. Where's your proof? Where's your photos? The same stuff.
It's the reason is well, there's a couple of reasons. Well, more than a couple, but one reason is because they don't have, like, you've obviously got a connection with Sasquatch and these things because you're open-minded. You've got a great heart, as I can see. And so they're connecting with you and giving you things. These other guys cannot fathom that because they've been at it for 30, 40 years and they don't get any of that stuff.
Right.
So you got to be a hoaxer. You got to be, like you're a nut, like we're the professionals. It's an ego thing too, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, and there's that picture again. Boy, I like
That's-
that picture.
That's the Bailey Sybil Irving sketch that, you know.
Beautiful. I think we're done with, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, great. Yeah, I can always go back in and send more, and definitely would like to come back. And yeah, what your any questions, I guess, huh?
Do we have any questions from the peanut gallery? Yeah, we don't have to go right away. We can still go on for 10, 15 minutes if you want, just because the
It's
picture.
already for 3 hours and 20. I just don't know if he's got a time restraint or anything.
When do you have to leave?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Just whenever you guys want to wrap, we're good.
Well, we'll maybe get some closing thoughts and stuff and whatever, and then we can wrap it up. But I was interested. So you talked to Igor quite extensively, right?
Yeah, keep in touch with them.
I've always been really interested in that Zelda story, or whatever. And she actually had offspring, right? And
yeah, one of them's named Kiwit. One of her offsprings, and his skull now. If you set it next to a human, it's just so much different, so much massive bigger. So,
but she's got, but she must have.
I'm told this guy, she's got African part of nothing to do with. She's got African in her DNA. Okay, what little bit I can.
Or Xena, or what's her name?
Yep,
Xena.
Xana.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
But have they ever done any DNA tests on some of her descendants or whatever? Because I mean, she's still got living descendants right now, right?
Yes. Yes.
What can you tell us anything about that?
The mitochondrial of the DNA and all this stuff, how they break this all down. I am not your expert on that stuff to talk about.
No, but you can talk about it in a conversation kind of way.
Yeah, and I don't want to come across as I know, because I really don't know. I know that they have studied the family offspring, and all I know is a little bit in there is I keep thinking that where did the African DNA part come in from? She was I just don't know much about the family on because when Dragomir comes, when Igor comes, he's very entailed in his work, and I can get him away for a bit and really have some time with him. But with Xana, I was more talking about what time I had with Igor, and talking about all that is how they subdued her and had offsprings with her. And why did they beat her into submission the way they did? These cruel towns, what is this, medieval days when we beat somebody into submission, that we breed with them? Yeah, she had offsprings, but I believe the first one passed away. Wow. And then she used to bathe the kids naked in water. Or Igor told me some stories about.
In cold water?
Yeah. How they she slept on a ground that she didn't want covers. She didn't have utensils. So pretty much she kept but they kept her alive. And to me, that was just, what is this, a carnival act? I mean, I just didn't ever like that part of the Xana stuff.
Well, I mean, people are cruel, man. Anything they don't understand.
You got another request from Deborah.
Okay.
She wants, back when you were a little while back, you were talking about your third sighting, and somehow or other your mic got cut off for like about a minute and a half there. So maybe if you feel like it, you could go back over that.
The BFRO, that
the third sighting that you had, you were talking about.
Well, that's in Glen Haven that I talk about. And the BFRO was down there, these ladies, and it was getting just before dark, and they were scared, got out of there because they're saying they're seeing something on thermo, that there was 2 of them in there trying to do a flanking, like coming from one side and another side. So kind of doing a pyramid on them, kind of trapping them in a little bit. They got scared. And so I go down there, me go down there, and it was just, guys, enough darkness where I could see when I got out of my truck to go through that area that she's talking about. One tree was just shaking, and I could hear it hit the ground and start running. I start running. I see it running. It's running up on the cliff, and I'm running diagonal to it, kind of flank it, guys. And I get to this spot that's got an opening, and I turn and take a picture of this. And he looked like a person that's on a track runner, but he looked like the hair, I say this, of Bruce Jenner. What is he, Caitlyn? And how Bruce has got his hair now. That's what it looked like. It looked like the hair from that. If you ever watch Marlo Thomas, That Girl, and you ever see that hair she had, that's what it looked like, that kind of hair. And I know it's getting towards dark and all that, but you can see that black, and you see the head, you see everything. I just got one good picture of it. And that's the same area that I got the holler of that on the recorder of that, him yelling at me with this, woo! He did this, woo, 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 right behind me up on this ridge. And I'm bending down. Guess what I'm doing when he's hollering at me? I'm bending down, measuring one of his prints that was in the side of the river there. And I'm looking, and he must have, I don't know what it was with that it happened as I'm bending down. I have my recorder on, so I get this beautiful yell at me. And that's the area that I got. And all these years, you hear all these Bigfoot vocalizations. My first Bigfoot vocalization was this. It was whoop, beautiful whoop.
Yep.
And it was just a beautiful whoop. And I'm like, It wasn't this, oh, you're screaming your face off. It was just beautiful whoop.
Yeah.
And I thought, and when I do that whoop, people goes, well, I go, well, that's one of the first one I heard. That's one I want to stick with.
What do they say when you do that? They don't believe you?
Well, they say like, they don't like, I guess, I don't know what it is with vocalizations. You have to be out there. My first vocalization I heard was my whoop, and I stick with that. I don't do these long hollered out.
What do they say though? What do the guys, they criticize you for it?
Well, I've had that about my call, and it's not projecting enough. They want a projection.
Oh, that's
type.
No.
I know.
Listen. Whoop! I've heard that dozens of times.
Exactly.
Just like that. Whoop!
Yeah.
With the puff at the end.
Yep. Just like that.
Dozens of times.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
That's crap, man. Criticizing you for that. That's the most common thing I've heard. I've heard the big scream like Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I've heard the stuff that sounds like they're screaming and there's wind in the background.
Yeah.
Just like it sounds like it's really, really weird or whatever, but far and away, the most common thing I've heard is that whoop.
Whoop. Yeah.
So where the sun, where you can stick the sunshine, right? Or that's ridiculous. So I wanted to ask you, what is it about you? And I'm not sure if you were like this right off the bat, but what is it about you that when when you're with Sasquatch or having experiences or whatever, or why do you, not literally, but in a figurative sense, run towards it while other guys run the other way and maybe never go back? What do you think is it about you that is different from a lot of these people?
I accepted to go back. I didn't turn away from it. There's something that says you need to go more, fulfill more. You're not done yet. There's more out there. Don't give it up. The adventure, I guess after a while, it becomes more the adventure. It's not there. It's the learning more now. And I know that one day when we're looking up from the heavens down, we're going to know all the answers. But the more that I think that I learn, is more answers that come up, more questions, I should say, come up, not the answers. So I just keep going. I know there's more questions out there, and I'm just looking for more answers. That's all.
We got a question from Anita Hilobichuk. Well, what a name. Do you ever try to talk to them when you know they are near, or when you know that they're there? Do you ever try to talk to them?
Absolutely. Even a guy made a comment to Alan at a BFRO event that Kenny was up there talking to them. I do that a lot. I asked for that. Yeah, talk to them. Sure. When we were talking about earlier, sounds that we make and that attracts them. I've sat in my tent and played a 1950s crank lullaby toy. It goes, you crank those toys to make that nice lullaby music. And I go to my window and I have 3 of them looking at me with eye shine, just looking at me, white eye shine at me, 3 of them out there. And I think, wow, Ken, these things live in a world of roughness. Why do they come up and touch our windows? Why do they want to come and touch things like just shiny?
That's good you talk to them, because that's respect, man. You're treating them. It sounds like you're treating them like they're like humans, or they're like you would treat and greet a regular person. That's what they want. They don't want to be thought of as monsters.
Well, like I saw on 3 Men and a Baby with Tom Selleck in that show, how Tom Selleck was talking to the baby with that calmness in his voice, and the baby heard that, and the baby calmed down. That's true. We can talk and have a sense to our voice that maybe that intrigues them. I just think that being subtle somewhat, and I do talk to them in a sense that, and it's not always a verbal contact. It's a mind. It's sometimes through the thought process of thinking back and not even saying a word.
Have you experienced mind speak or anything of that nature? I mean, you've had that precognitive thing, which is amazing, but have you had mind speak or anything like that?
Well, not to where I'm being told, like you said earlier, the Bigfoot's telling you to talk about when we talked about it. I don't have that in a sense that like Robin and Pat talks about, McCoy, that type of connection.
If you get a clear indication to look down, so something feels look down or look up, that's mind speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I have that. So
I've probably had all of the different types, but the voice in my head, words I've only had maybe a dozen times or whatever, but like what Mr. Bean just said is mind speak, like a thought placement, and the answer is right there. That's mind speak. So there's a lot of different definitions of mind speak. That energy that I get, like when they wanted me to talk about what I was talking about, that's the same kind of thing. There's so many different ways. It's just not like go to them, go here or do this, or hey, I'm Exanu, and it's not always a voice in your head.
Right.
So sounds like you definitely have it, because you said yourself, you've been led places or whatever that that was not, it was independent of what you were planning on doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've got your own version of it.
I've been deterred off the path on purpose. For what reason? Don't know. Then I find a reason. Like, wow, that's why you were deterred, dude. Listen, do the unnormal thing, that unorthodox, that, listen. I guess Mom used to tell you, listen to that voice in your head. Right and wrong. Is that what we're talking about? No, but I do think that over the years I've attracted a something like what Pat and what Robin do, how they communicate and talk with these. Even Melba Ketchum says she has talks with them guys openly in a clan. She has a clan on her property too. So these people that are scientists, these friends that we talk about, Melba and Pat and all them, that connection that they have like you just saying, I don't have it to that extent, but
No.
there is
Don't cut yourself.
ingredient.
No. Don't cut
Yeah.
yourself short. What you get is just
It's enough.
it's not just enough. It's just the same thing, just delivered in a different package. There's no, it's not like this is better than this. It's just that they are connecting with you in the best way,
And they
that
can
they feel
present
that they
better.
can connect with you. You know,
you're
you're just
connected.
as advanced and just as evolved as the people who have a regular conversation with them.
Yeah.
If you sat with yourself and looked like when you say I'm going to go in the woods on Tuesday, or I'm going to go in the woods on Wednesday, if you pay attention to that, you know, there's probably a difference between going into the woods on Wednesday or Tuesday, you know, and if you feel that impulse to go, that's also mind speak. And then especially if something really nice happens.
Right.
Yeah, like I mean, just yesterday, and I'm not going to get into the story because it's a long, drawn out story. I'll do it. It's amazing, but I'll do it on another day. But I just had a feeling.
That's why, because you're a teaser. You like to tease us.
Well, I'm not going to get it. No, I don't think I want to go
Bring
into
him
that.
back.
Let's get Ken's show. But my point is that I had a feeling, well, I better go here today. And then I went there and it was just like, whoa, the stuff that happened was just freaking blew my mind.
Oh.
So, you know, that's the same kind of thing. So don't cut yourself short, my friend.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I'll just show you one.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody who goes out the woods looking for Sasquatch who did not have a spiritual or a psychic experience. You know, when people talk about hair running up on their arm or feeling like somebody's watching them, or, you know, there's always some kind of a tell, a woo-woo tell.
Yeah.
The researchers don't admit it, but they talk about it all the time. What is that, a tooth?
No, I'm not going to get into the whole story, like I said, but I've been gifted a lot of stuff by them. I mean, my 3 gift rocks are probably the most amazing. No, this is a crystal.
Like
They gave me a like a quartz crystal. Gifted me this.
Sweet.
I've never had a quartz crystal.
It looks really
before.
pure.
And the thing is that I have a lot of crystals and whatever and stuff, and that I like them, and there's a lot more behind it, but yeah. And I was just said I have to go here, and they gave me a gift rock, quartz crystal, and they did a bunch of other stuff, like just blew my mind. But
yeah, I have get a lot of quartz in the area that I'm in because there's a quartz mine up in there in my first sighting area. So I bring a lot of quartz down to Colorado. I actually carry quartz in my car underneath my car seat. I just think that there's something with the quartz. I just love the.
That's not the first person I've ever heard say that. It's like half a dozen people have said that there was quartz around, or there was 100 yards away, there was a big outcropping of quartz, or, you know, seems to be a common thread.
I'll give you one more little tiny teaser on that story. There were 2 little pieces. There was a tiny little piece too. And I automatically got the thought, I got to give this to my friend Tyler, a guy that I've been introducing to the Sasquatch, and like they connect people. That's one of the things that they do, connections. And so he's starting to have his own experiences. And as soon as I saw the other little piece, I said, this is for Tyler. This guy's really amazing. As soon as he put the quartz in his hand, he got a big download, an incredible download of information just by holding it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how evolved these beings are, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, rocks aren't no slouch either. Rocks are like really up there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, for the people who are tuned into rocks, I understand now why they're tuned into rocks. Rocks are buzzing with intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know a lady who talks to quartz. She says they have intelligence and consciousness and all kinds of things. And, you know, that's true, because Beans has had conversations with rocks. But don't ever say, but if you're around a rock and you're having a conversation with one, don't ever think you got rocks in your head, because they don't like that. They don't like that at all. As they pointed out to Beans, that they don't appreciate being called dumb as a rock, or
box of rock,
dumb as a bag of rocks or something.
There you go.
So I guess we should maybe think about wrapping it up. But did you have your favorite encounter story, or do you have one favorite story you wanted to share before we go? And then maybe
I think it was the blue orb, guys.
Yeah,
it was that blue orb sighting. It was that blue orb sighting in 2020 where I saw the little one running to it.
Yeah.
That was the most exciting for me, that one. Now, the red one get me that I showed that was only within 20 feet of me, was close. And the way it was looking, it was so intimidating that I said made me stop the bigfooting. But I think that the spaceship sighting and that little guy behind me and that picture, there's just so much. But what really sticks out, I guess, is that red one and the way it looked at me with those eyes. The eyes wasn't like ours. I didn't see any white in it. They were dark, and it was that was different. Looking.
So thanks for coming. So basically, like Beans and I have experience or whatever, your life has been enriched and much better with your relationship with Sasquatch, correct?
Much.
Yeah, we talked about that when you were in the kitchen. We're definitely going to have you back on, Ken. I think just because not that you have more, just the stories.
Yeah, I missed that part, but no, I think it's important to know that for people that, if they have a real connection with them, that their lives are enhanced or whatever and better, and they're not monsters. They're teachers. They're teachers, and they're loving, caring, sentient beings, and we all agree on that. So that's an important message to put out there.
Yes, sir.
All right,
okay, Ken.
For coming.
Thanks very much, and on behalf of Port Cunningham and Frank Oliver Beans,
we already got 320 views, something like that. So you're in a good track.
This has been the Pork and Beans Show. Thank you.
That means in a couple more days, we'll probably get close to 1,000.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure having you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then.
Who cares about the clouds if we're together?
Just sing a song and bring the sunny weather.
Happy trails to you till we meet again.
Some trails are happy ones,
Others are blue.
It's the way you ride the trail that counts. Here's a happy one for you. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then.
who cares about the clouds if we're together?